Formula. A set method or procedure for achieving something. Theory. Principle. Equation. Blueprint. She followed a unique formula for success, blending creativity with disciplined effort. The formula for happiness varies greatly depending on each individual's personal values. A winning formula in business often involves innovation, persistence, and customer focus. Negotiation. The process of discussing to reach an agreement. Compromise. Settlement. Discussion. Mediation. After hours of negotiation, both parties reached a mutually beneficial agreement. The negotiation process was intense, with both sides unwilling to compromise easily. The team prepared extensively for the negotiation, anticipating every possible outcome. Inspection. A careful examination of something. Examination. Analysis. Observation. Exploration. The factory underwent a surprise inspection to check for any violations of regulations. Upon closer inspection, the painting revealed details previously unnoticed by anyone. The inspector conducted a meticulous inspection to ensure everything met the standards. Censorship. The censoring of books, plays, films, or reports. Banning. Suppression. Restriction. Forbiddance. Internet censorship restricts access to certain websites in many authoritarian regimes. Censorship in the media often suppresses crucial information the public should know. The government's censorship of the news sparked widespread outrage among the citizens. Legitimate. In a way that is allowed by law. Authorized. Licensed. Reasonable. Sanctioned. Only legitimate businesses are eligible to apply for government grants and support. The lawyer provided legitimate documentation to support her client's claim in court. A legitimate heir to the throne was found after years of disputes within the royal family. Amendment. A change or addition to a document or law. Alteration. Change. Correction. Modification. The amendment clarified the law, making it more applicable to modern situations. The amendment to the Constitution was passed unanimously by the Legislative Assembly. An amendment was proposed to correct the outdated language in the original document. Intervention. The act of getting involved in a situation to change. Mediation. Involvement. Arbitration. Interposition. Family intervention helped him realize his addiction and seek the help he needed. His intervention in the argument prevented it from turning into a physical altercation. The government's intervention was necessary to stabilize the economy during the crisis. Compensate. To make up for something, to pay for something. Balance. Counteract. Neutralize. Equalize. She received additional training to compensate for her lack of experience in the field. The athlete's strong performance helped compensate for his team's earlier mistakes. The company offered a bonus to compensate employees for their extra hours of work. Repercussion. An unintended consequence or effect. After effect. Outcome. Side effect. Consequence. The new policy could have severe repercussions for small businesses in the community. Political leaders must consider the long-term repercussions of their actions and policies. The economic repercussions of the pandemic were felt across all sectors of the economy. Contradiction. A statement that opposes with another. Paradox. Incongruity. Dichotomy. Opposition. The witness's statement was in clear contradiction to the evidence presented in court. The philosopher discussed the contradiction inherent in human nature and moral choices. Despite the apparent contradiction, both theories provided valuable insights into the problem. Assurance. A promise or guarantee, confidence in something. Promise. Guarantee. Assertion. Pledge. The team needed assurance that their efforts would be recognized and rewarded. The assurance of safety was necessary before they embarked on the dangerous mission. The insurance company gave her assurance that her claim would be processed promptly. Profligate. Utterly and shamelessly immoral or dissipated. Degenerate. Lawless. Uncontrolled. Extravagant. The party's profligate use of resources shocked even the most seasoned attendees. The company's profligate use of resources raised concerns among environmentalists. The government faced backlash for its profligate expenditure on unnecessary projects. Paucity. The fact that there is too little of something. Scarcity. Shortage. Dearth. Insufficiency. The paucity of information made it difficult for the researchers to draw conclusions. A paucity of resources hindered the organization's ability to provide adequate support. The region suffers from a paucity of natural resources, making development challenging. Stagnation. Lack of movement or progress. Inactivity. Sluggishness. Downturn. Inaction. The company was struggling with stagnation and needed a fresh direction to grow. Without new ideas, the project risks falling into stagnation and becoming irrelevant. To avoid stagnation, the team decided to adopt new strategies and innovative approaches. Impeachment. To charge a public official with doing something wrong. Accusation. Prosecution. Allegation. Condemnation. The president faced impeachment charges for abuse of power and obstruction. Public opinion on the impeachment was divided, reflecting deep political polarization. The impeachment process requires a formal investigation and a trial by the legislature. Ratification. Official approval or confirmation. Approval. Endorsement. Permission. Sanction. The ratification process involves thorough review and approval by government officials. The ratification of the trade deal was delayed due to political disagreements among lawmakers. After months of negotiations, the agreement finally received ratification from the Parliament. Ambiguity. Uncertainty or having multiple possible meanings. Uncertainty. Doubtfulness. Vagueness. Obscurity. The novel's ending is filled with ambiguity, leaving readers to draw their own conclusions. The contract's ambiguity led to disputes between the two parties over its interpretation. Ambiguity in communication often results in misunderstandings and conflicts among people. Compulsory. You must do it because of a rule or law. Mandatory. Obligatory. Requisite. Imperative. The government has made education compulsory for children up to the age of 16. The test includes both compulsory and optional sections to evaluate different skill levels. Compulsory voting was introduced to increase public participation in the election process. Digression. A deviation from the main topic or purpose. Deviation. Divergence. Bypass. Diversion. Despite a brief digression, she quickly returned to the main topic of the discussion. A digression into personal anecdotes made the presentation more engaging for listeners. The author's digression on ancient history seemed out of place in the science fiction novel. Uniformity. The quality or state of being the same. Steadiness. Evenness. Sameness. Regularity. Uniformity in the curriculum ensures that all students receive a similar education. The company enforced uniformity in branding across all its international branches. Uniformity in the workplace dress code fosters a sense of equality and professionalism. Aristocracy. Government by a relatively small privileged class. Elite. Privileged class. Nobility. Upper class. The decline of the aristocracy coincided with the rise of the industrial middle class. The aristocracy held significant power and influence in the country during the 18th century. The revolution sought to overthrow the aristocracy and establish a democratic government. Predominant. Being the most noticeable or largest in number. Foremost. Paramount. Leading. Principal. The culture of the city is predominantly shaped by its historical and ethnic diversity. Her predominant interest lies in the field of environmental science and conservation. The predominant color in the painting is a deep shade of blue, creating a calming effect. Fallacy. A mistaken belief or error in reasoning. Delusion. Falsehood. Misconception. Misconception. The debate was filled with fallacy, making it difficult to reach a logical conclusion. The politician's argument was based on a fallacy, misleading many of his constituents. The fallacy of composition can lead to incorrect assumptions about the nature of groups. Sovereignty. Supreme power or authority over a territory. Domination. Supremacy. Authority. Domination. National sovereignty is often cited as a reason to limit international agreements. Sovereignty allows a state to govern itself without interference from other countries. The debate centered around the balance between state sovereignty and global support. Stratification. The arrangement or classification into layers. Arrangement. Categorizing. Grouping. Classification. Geological stratification is used to study the history of Earth's surface formations. Social stratification can create barriers to opportunity for lower-income individuals. Stratification in society often reflects disparities in education, wealth, and social status. Ethnicity. People with shared culture and traditions. Nationality. Racial origin. Background. Nationality. Despite their different ethnicity, they shared common values and formed a close bond. Laws were enacted to ensure people of every ethnicity were treated fairly and equally. Her research focused on the impact of ethnicity on educational outcomes and social mobility. Distortion. Alteration of the original shape or meaning. Deformation. Contortion. Falsification. Deformity. The photo's distortion made her look taller, which she found both amusing and flattering. The sound distortion in the video made it hard to understand what was being said clearly. The artist's work used deliberate distortion to convey complex emotions and abstract ideas. Detrimental. Something has a harmful or damaging effect on it. Damaging. Pernicious. Deleterious. Harmful. His lack of sleep was detrimental to his performance at work, causing frequent mistakes. Excessive screen time can be detrimental to children's cognitive and social development. Smoking has been proven to have detrimental effects on both physical and mental health. Anonymous. Without any name acknowledged, unknown. Unidentified. Unknown. Unnamed. Unspecified. She received an anonymous call warning her about the potential danger she might face. The letter was signed by an anonymous donor who wanted to remain completely unknown. The article criticized the use of anonymous sources in investigative journalism without proper empirical. Based on observation or experience rather than logic. Practical. Experimental. Existential. Pragmatic. To prove the effectiveness of the new drug, they needed robust empirical evidence. The scientists relied on empirical data to draw accurate conclusions about their hypothesis. Their arguments were grounded in empirical observations rather than abstract assumptions. Theology. The study of the nature of God and religious beliefs. Belief. Ideology. Doctrine. Dogma. Theology is the study of religious beliefs, practices, and the nature of the divine law. Theology addresses fundamental questions about existence, purpose, and the afterlife. Comparative theology examines similarities and differences between various world religions. Resilience. The capacity to recover quickly from difficulties. Determination. Toughness. Tenacity. Durability. Resilience is essential in overcoming life's inevitable setbacks and challenges. The community showed remarkable resilience in rebuilding after the hurricane attack. Developing emotional resilience helps people handle stress and adversity more effectively. Elaborate. Involving many details or complexities. Detailed. Complicated. Thorough. Complex. The artist spent months creating an elaborate mural on the building's facade. She wore an elaborate gown embroidered with intricate patterns for the evening gala. The scientist gave an elaborate explanation of the new theory to the curious audience. Legend. A traditional myth, often considered historical. Mythology. Tradition. Folklore. Fairy tale. The athlete's legendary achievements were celebrated with a statue in his hometown. He became a legend in his own time, known for his fearless exploration of unknown lands. The legend of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table continues to captivate readers. Decorum. Behavior in keeping with good taste and propriety. Courtesy. Politeness. Modesty. Decency. The decorum expected at the formal event was clear from the invitation's guidelines. He maintained proper decorum throughout the heated debate, despite personal attacks. The board meeting was conducted with the utmost decorum, reflecting professionalism. Testimony. A formal statement given in a legal setting. Attestation. Affidavit. Declaration. Affirmation. The expert's testimony clarified the technical aspects of the case to the judge and jury. Her testimony in court was crucial in proving the defendant's innocence beyond any doubt. The victim's testimony was the most compelling evidence presented during the entire trial. Pertinent. Relevant or applicable to the matter at hand. Applicable. Relevant. Appropriate. Admissible. It is crucial to focus on the most pertinent issues affecting our community right now. The lawyer presented only the pertinent facts that directly related to the case at hand. She ensured all the data presented in the report was pertinent to the research objectives. Dogma. A set of principles laid down by an authority. Doctrine. Philosophy. Principle. Ideology. His views often conflicted with the prevailing dogma within the academic community. The organization refused to reconsider its outdated dogma despite changing societal norms. Many young people challenge the dogma of their parents' generation in search of their truth. Dwindle. To decrease gradually in size, amount, or strength. Decline. Subside. Diminish. Phase down. As the weeks passed, their enthusiasm for the project began to dwindle noticeably. Their supplies began to dwindle as they trekked further into the dense, uncharted forest. Interest in the club started to dwindle after the charismatic leader left for another position. Efficacy. The ability to produce the desired result. Effectiveness. Potency. Strength. Usefulness. The efficacy of the new drug has been proven through several rigorous clinical trials. They tested the efficacy of different advertising techniques to increase brand awareness. The efficacy of the solution will determine whether it becomes the new industry standard. Pseudoscience. The beliefs mistakenly regarded as scientific methods. Witchcraft. Wizardry. Black magic. Alchemy. The book criticized the rise of pseudoscience in popular culture and its misleading claims. Many conspiracy theories are based on pseudoscience rather than factual, empirical science. The debate centered around the dangers of believing in pseudoscience over verified science. Mundane. Very ordinary and therefore not interesting. Ordinary. Commonplace. Humdrum. Tedious. He longed for adventure to break free from his mundane routine of work and sleep. The lecture was so mundane that many students struggled to stay awake until the end. She found the daily chores to be mundane but necessary for maintaining a clean home. Contrary. Opposite in nature, direction, or meaning. Dissimilar. Conflicting. Opposing. Contrasting. Contrary to popular belief, the book was far more intriguing than the film adaptation. Contrary to his usual behavior, he was unusually quiet and reserved during the meeting. She argued that his perspective was contrary to the evidence presented during the debate. Ingenious. Having new ideas and good at inventing things. Creative. Original. Innovative. Insightful. The ingenious child built a working model of the solar system using household items. She devised an ingenious plan to save money by repurposing old furniture creatively. The team's ingenious approach to marketing helped boost the company's sales significantly. Potent. Having great power, influence, or effect. Strong. Powerful. Vigorous. Formidable. This medicine is highly potent, so only a small dosage is necessary for effective results. The potent combination of skills and determination made her a formidable competitor. Her potent speech inspired the crowd, igniting a passion for change among the attendees. Heroic. Having the characteristics of brave and courage. Brave. Fearless. Courageous. Valorous. She displayed heroic courage when she confronted the intruder to protect her family. His heroic efforts in the rescue operation saved many lives during the natural disaster. The soldier's heroic actions on the battlefield earned him a prestigious Medal of Honor. Conqueror. A person who gains control over something. Winner. Champion. Master. Defeater. The ancient legend speaks of a fearless conqueror who united all the warring tribes. The conqueror stood victorious after a long and arduous battle against the invaders. History remembers Alexander the Great as a remarkable conqueror of vast territories. Emancipation. To free from restraint, control, or the power of another. Freedom. Liberty. Independence. Freeing. The community celebrated the anniversary of their emancipation from colonial rule. Many movements throughout history have sought the emancipation of marginalized groups. The emancipation of enslaved people was a significant milestone in the fight for human rights. Linguistics. The scientific study of language and its structure. Etymology. Morphology. Phonology. Philology. The professor is known for his radical research in the field of theoretical linguistics. The study of linguistics reveals the intricate ways in which languages shape human thought. Linguistics offers valuable insights into how language evolves over time and across cultures. Acoustic. Relating to sound or the sense of hearing. Melody, symphony, harmony, audiovisual. The band played an acoustic set, focusing on softer sounds and simpler arrangements. They invested in high-quality acoustic panels to improve the sound quality in the studio. The room's poor acoustic design made it difficult to hear the speaker clearly from the back. Drastic. Extreme or having a far-reaching effect. Desperate. Extreme. Forceful. Severe. The government announced a series of drastic reforms to address the economic crisis. Her drastic decision to move abroad surprised everyone, including her closest friends. The company took drastic measures to cut costs and avoid filing for bankruptcy this year. Monotonous. In a way that does not change and is therefore boring. Dull. Boring. Uninteresting. Repetitive. She decided to switch jobs because her role had become too monotonous and uninspiring. The task was so monotonous that she found herself daydreaming frequently while working. His daily routine became monotonous, lacking any variety or excitement, leading to boredom. Enthusiastic. Showing intense excitement or interest. Eager. Interested. Ardent. Passionate. The crowd gave an enthusiastic cheer when the band began playing their favorite song. She remained enthusiastic despite the numerous challenges she faced during the project. The children were enthusiastic about the field trip to the zoo and couldn't stop talking about it. Heredity. The passing of traits from parents to offspring. Genetics. Ancestry. Inheritance. Parentage. Heredity plays a significant role in determining physical traits like eye color and hair texture. Her passion for music seemed to be a result of heredity, inherited from her talented mother. The doctor explained that the disease could be passed down through heredity in certain families. Framework. A basic structure underlying a system. Structure. Arrangement. Composition. Scaffolding. A solid framework is essential for the successful implementation of any large-scale project. The policy was built within a legal framework to ensure compliance with national regulations. The framework for the new project was laid out during the company's annual strategy meeting. Intimacy. A close, familiar, and affectionate relationship. Comradeship. Attachment. Affection. Togetherness. The couple cherished the intimacy of quiet evenings spent together away from distractions. Intimacy doesn't always mean physical closeness, emotional connection is just as important. They developed a deep intimacy after years of working closely together on challenging projects. Milestone. A significant event or stage in life or development. Achievement. Objective. Decisive point. Achievement. The company celebrated its 50th anniversary, marking an important milestone in its history. Reaching the summit of the mountain was a personal milestone for every climber in the group. Graduating from college was a significant milestone in her journey toward achieving her dreams. Adamant. Refusing to be persuaded or to change one's mind. Inflexible. Uncompromising. Stubborn. Unshakable. She was adamant about maintaining her principles, even in the face of strong opposition. He remained adamant about his decision to leave the company despite their counteroffer. The lawyer was adamant that his client had not committed any of the crimes he was accused of. Accusation. A claim that someone has done something wrong. Condemnation. Charge. Imputation. Allegation. He denied the accusation, insisting he had never been near the scene of the crime. The accusation of plagiarism damaged his reputation as an honest and trustworthy author. She was hurt by the false accusation, knowing she had done nothing wrong in the situation. Nurture. To care for the growth or development of something. Raise. Nourish. Support. Look after. It's essential to nurture your mental and physical well-being in today's fast-paced world. His parents worked hard to nurture his talents, investing time and energy in his development. The mentor helped nurture his professional skills, guiding him through difficult career decisions. Inundate. To overwhelm someone with things or tasks. Overflow. Submerge. Flood. Engulf. Social media platforms were inundated with posts after the viral video was released online. After the announcement, they were inundated with phone calls from interested customers. The professor was inundated with emails from students seeking help before the final exams. Eradicate. To completely destroy or eliminate something. Obliterate. Abolish. Erase. Suppress. The company is determined to eradicate inefficiencies in its supply chain to increase profits. The government launched a new campaign to eradicate illegal logging in the protected forests. Scientists are working tirelessly to eradicate diseases that have plagued humanity for centuries. Deploy. To arrange or position troops or resources for action. Position. Employ. Organize. Station. The military is prepared to deploy additional troops if the situation continues to escalate. The firefighters were quickly deployed to combat the blaze spreading through the forest. The organization plans to deploy its new software system across all branches by next year. Coalition. An alliance working together for a common purpose. League. Association. Affiliation. Alliance. A coalition of nations agreed on stricter regulations to combat climate change globally. The political parties formed a coalition to secure enough votes to pass the new legislation. Several political parties formed a coalition to create a more balanced and inclusive government. Autonomous. Having the right or power of self-government. Independent. Sovereign. Self-ruling. Self-governing. The company operates as an autonomous entity, separate from its parent organization. He values his autonomous role within the team, allowing for more creativity and innovation. The region declared itself autonomous, seeking independence from the central government. Lenient. Tolerant in the application of rules or punishment. Moderate. Forgiving. Easygoing. Tolerant. The teacher was lenient with deadlines but expected high-quality work from her students. Despite their mistakes, the judge decided to be lenient with the young first-time offenders. Some believed the coach was too lenient, rarely disciplining players for their poor performance. Exemption. Freedom from a rule, duty, or obligation. Release. Freedom. Exoneration. Discharge. The new tax law provides an exemption for small businesses, reducing their financial burden. The student was granted an exemption from the final exam after achieving top scores all year. Due to religious beliefs, she requested an exemption from joining in the specific school activity. Interrogate. To ask questions in an aggressive or formal manner. Ask. Question. Cross-examine. Query. The officer was careful not to violate the suspect's rights while attempting to interrogate him. She felt uncomfortable when her boss began to interrogate her about her personal life at work. The journalist was determined to interrogate the politician about his role in the recent scandal. Esteem. To have great regard for and value highly. Respect. Honor. Admiration. Appreciation. She worked hard to earn the esteem of her peers through consistent effort and integrity. Building self-esteem in young children is crucial for their emotional and mental development. Her colleagues held her in high esteem due to her exceptional dedication and professionalism. Demolish. To tear down or destroy a building or structure. Destroy. Ruin. Knock down. Pull down. The hurricane's winds were strong enough to demolish houses and uproot large trees. The crew used heavy machinery to demolish the abandoned warehouse in less than a day. The city decided to demolish the old stadium to make way for a new commercial complex. Standpoint. A particular way of thinking or viewpoint. Viewpoint. Perspective. Outlook. Point of view. Our standpoint as a company prioritizes sustainability over short-term profit margins. From her standpoint, the decision seemed unfair, but others thought it was necessary. His standpoint on the issue was influenced by years of personal experience in the field. Distinction. A difference or contrast between similar things. Distinctiveness. Contrast. Separation. Divergence. His work has the distinction of being both groundbreaking and universally accessible. She earned the distinction of being the youngest scientist to win the prestigious award. The subtle distinction between the two paintings was noticeable only to art connoisseurs. Prejudice. An unfair or biased opinion or attitude toward a group. Bigotry. Narrow-mindedness. Animosity. Impairment. Awareness plans aim to reduce prejudice by fostering dialogue between diverse groups. He faced prejudice at work due to misconceptions about his background and upbringing. Her decision was influenced by prejudice rather than understanding the full situation factually. Retention. The act of keeping or holding onto something. Conserving, upholding, protection, keeping. Memory retention can be enhanced through regular mental exercises and a healthy diet. Effective retention of information requires regular review and engagement with the material. High employee retention signifies a positive workplace culture and satisfied, motivated workers. Conservation. The protection of the environment or resources. Preservation. Maintenance. Saving. Supervision. Conservation of natural resources is crucial for the sustainability of future generations. The government implemented new laws to promote conservation and reduce pollution. Wildlife conservation efforts have helped protect endangered species from extinction. Arbitration. Process of resolving a dispute through a third party. Adjudication. Mediation. Negotiation. Interposition. The dispute was resolved through arbitration, avoiding a lengthy and costly court case. Arbitration was necessary when negotiations between the companies reached a deadlock. Arbitration offers a faster, more private way to settle disagreements than traditional litigation. Coherent. Logically or aesthetically ordered or integrated. Fathomable. Logical. Understandable. Orderly. His speech was coherent and persuasive, effectively conveying his ideas to the crowd. For a coherent strategy, all departments must collaborate and communicate effectively. The professor praised her for creating a coherent essay with a logical flow and solid evidence. Redundant. Unnecessary repetition, more than needed. Useless. Unnecessary. Unwanted. Needless. The software update made certain features redundant, simplifying the user interface. The extra explanation was redundant, as the concept had already been clearly defined. His explanation was redundant, repeating points already covered earlier in the conversation. Detention. The act of holding someone in custody. Imprisonment. Incarceration. Confinement. Captivity. She spent her detention time completing homework and thinking about her actions. Detention was used as a punishment for minor infractions, like tardiness or talking back. After hours in detention, he reflected on his behavior and decided to improve his attitude. Deception. The act of misleading or deceiving someone. Fraud. Cheating. Deceitfulness. Deceitfulness. The spy's deception allowed him to infiltrate the organization without raising suspicion. Her deception shattered the trust that had been the foundation of their long friendship. They exposed his deception after discovering the falsified documents and altered emails. Manipulation. Controlling of something or someone deceitfully. Regulation. Operation. Exploitation. Handling. His manipulation of public opinion through social media created a misleading narrative. Through clever manipulation, the company gained an unfair advantage over competitors. His skillful manipulation of the situation allowed him to gain an unfair advantage over his rivals. Alliance. An agreement between parties for mutual benefit. Agreement. Treaty. Settlement. Association. The political alliance between the parties allowed them to pass the controversial legislation. The two countries formed a strategic alliance to protect their interests in the unstable region. They entered an alliance to challenge the dominance of the leading corporations in the market. Obligation. A duty or responsibility to do something. Liability. Duty. Commitment. Responsibility. She was reluctant, but her sense of duty and obligation forced her to attend the meeting. Legally, they are under an obligation to provide accurate information to their shareholders. Fulfilling his moral obligation meant standing up for what was right, even at a personal cost. Breakthrough. An important development or discovery. Advancement. Development. Headway. Improvement. The technological breakthrough allowed for faster and more efficient data processing. Her determination led to a breakthrough in negotiations, ending the long-standing conflict. A sudden breakthrough in technology changed the entire landscape of the industry overnight. Mind-blowing. Intensely affecting the mind or emotions. Breathtaking. Fabulous. Sublime. Intriguing. The complexity of the human brain is truly mind-blowing, with its endless capabilities. The special effects in the new sci-fi movie were absolutely mind-blowing and unforgettable. Visiting the ancient ruins was a mind-blowing experience, beyond anything he had imagined. Gloomy. Badly lit in a way that makes you feel sad. Darkened. Despondent. Miserable. Dismal. The novel's ending was unexpectedly gloomy, leaving readers feeling unsettled. The weather was gloomy, with dark clouds and constant rain dampening everyone's spirits. Despite the gloomy economic forecast, the company remained optimistic about the future. Reasoning. The process of thinking logically and making decisions. Logic. Thought process. Deduction. Consideration. Her reasoning was sound, but his emotions clouded his judgment of the situation. His logical reasoning convinced everyone that his approach was the most practical one. Reasoning skills are essential in making decisions under uncertain or complex circumstances. Alignment. Arrangement in a straight line or proper position. Arrangement. Positioning. Sequence. Adjustment. Regular alignment checks ensure the machine operates efficiently and reduces wear. The company's success depends on the alignment of its goals with employee motivations. Proper alignment of team efforts ensures that everyone works towards a shared objective. Stunning. Extremely impressive or very surprising. Gorgeous. Radiant. Fabulous. Staggering. The stunning view from the mountaintop made the challenging hike worthwhile. The sunset over the mountains was absolutely stunning, leaving everyone speechless. The artist's stunning masterpiece drew crowds from all over the world to the exhibition. Impressionable. Easily influenced or affected by something. Susceptible. Malleable. Gullible. Malleable. The impressionable teenager quickly adopted the opinions of his more assertive friends. Children are impressionable and easily influenced by the behavior of adults around them. Impressionable minds are easily influenced by media and need guidance to form their beliefs. Ominous. A feeling that something bad is going to happen. Inauspicious. Menacing. Sinister. Threatening. The sky turned an ominous shade of grey, signaling the approach of a severe storm. The abandoned house had an ominous feel, as if something terrible had happened there. The ominous clouds gathered quickly, foreshadowing an approaching storm with heavy rain. Possession. The state of having or owning something. Belongings. Asset. Commodity. Property. They fought over the possession of the family heirloom, each wanting to keep it. The ancient artifact was in her possession, carefully guarded from potential thieves. Possession of illegal substances can lead to severe legal consequences in many countries. Stereotype. Oversimplified and generalized belief about a group. Convention. Generalization. Average. Custom. Stereotypes often lead to misunderstandings and prejudice against certain groups. Breaking the stereotype, he pursued a career in fashion despite his engineering degree. The movie challenged the stereotype of scientists being socially awkward and detached. Assassination. The murder of a prominent person. Manslaughter. Homicide. Slaying. Murder. The attempted assassination failed, leaving the target unharmed but deeply shaken. His assassination led to widespread protests and demands for justice from the public. The assassination of the diplomat escalated tensions between the two nations significantly. Deterrence. Prevention or discouragement from action. Obstruction. Impediment. Prevention. Preclusion. Military presence at the border acted as a strong deterrent against enemy advances. The government increased police patrols as a deterrent to crime in the neighborhood. The new security measures were implemented as a deterrent against potential threats. Contamination. The presence of harmful substances or impurities. Adulteration. Poisoning. Pollution. Impurity. The contamination of the water supply caused widespread illness in the community. Soil contamination from the factory's waste posed a significant environmental threat. The contamination levels in the river were alarmingly high, prompting immediate action. Mainstream. Common or widely accepted ideas. Conventional. Regular. Ordinary. Common. The band's sound became more mainstream after they signed with a major label. Environmental concerns have entered the mainstream of public discourse recently. She avoided mainstream fashion, preferring unique, independent designers instead. Indigenous. Originating or occurring naturally in a particular place. Native. Aboriginal. Primordial. Domestic. Indigenous languages are at risk of extinction without proper preservation efforts. Many indigenous practices are being integrated into modern sustainable agriculture. Indigenous communities have preserved their cultures for generations despite challenges. Momentum. Force gained by movement or progress. Frequency. Promptness. Progression. Impetus. As the train accelerated, it gathered enough momentum to reach its maximum speed. The team gained momentum after winning 3 consecutive games in the tournament. Maintaining momentum in a long-term project can be challenging without proper planning. Sporadic. Happening at irregular intervals in time. Irregular. Intermittent. Occasional. Episodic. The sporadic rainfall made it difficult for farmers to plan their crop irrigation schedules. The region has seen sporadic protests erupting over various political issues in recent months. Despite the sporadic power outages, the event continued as planned without major disruptions. Specimen. An example or sample of something for study. Sample. Illustration. Fragment. Embodiment. This unusual specimen of a butterfly was found deep in the Amazon rainforest. The specimen displayed in the museum was an excellent example of prehistoric life. The preserved specimen provided valuable insights into the species' evolutionary history. Etiquette. The customary code of polite behavior. Decorum. Convention. Custom. Good manners. Etiquette in the workplace is essential for maintaining a professional environment. She was taught the etiquette of letter writing from a young age by her grandmother. Proper etiquette at formal dinners includes knowing which utensils to use and when. Paragon. A perfect example of something. Standard. Epitome. Perfection. Archetype. The ancient temple stood as a paragon of architectural excellence for generations. The novel is regarded as a paragon of modern literature, admired by critics worldwide. He became a paragon of dedication, working tirelessly to achieve his professional goals. Indolent. Averse to activity, effort, or movement. Sluggish. Apathetic. Slow-moving. Apathetic. His indolent attitude towards work eventually led to his dismissal from the company. The hot weather made everyone feel indolent and unwilling to do anything productive. Her indolent behavior caused delays in the project's completion and frustrated the team. Replica. Do something again in exactly the same way. Reproduction. Duplication. Imitation. Replication. The artist was commissioned to make a replica of the historic sculpture for the park. The dollhouse was an exact replica of her grandmother's house, down to every detail. The museum displayed a replica of the ancient artifact to protect the original from damage. Embargo. A ban on trade or other commercial activity. Prohibition. Restriction. Boycott. Obstruction. The government imposed an embargo on all imports from the conflict-ridden country. An embargo on the export of rare minerals was declared to protect national resources. Many countries have enforced an embargo to pressure the regime into democratic reforms. Litigation. The process of taking legal action. Lawsuit. Proceedings. Prosecution. Hearing. Litigation costs can be a significant burden for small businesses and individuals alike. The company faced years of litigation over alleged patent infringement with its competitor. The firm specializes in commercial litigation, helping clients resolve complex business disputes. Exemption. Freedom from a rule or requirement. Release. Immunity. Freedom. Exoneration. The student applied for an exemption from the final exam due to medical reasons. Military personnel are often granted an exemption from specific regulations in wartime. She was granted an exemption from jury duty because of her caregiving responsibilities. Topography. Natural and artificial physical features of an area. Landscape. Geography. Terrain. Contours. Understanding the topography is crucial for planning efficient routes through the terrain. The topography of the island made it difficult to establish infrastructure and settlements. The region's topography affects its climate, influencing rainfall and temperature patterns. Trigger. To cause something to start or happen. Provoke. Initiate. Activate. Set off. Loud noises can often trigger anxiety in individuals with post-traumatic stress disorder. The unexpected question seemed to trigger her anxiety, making her visibly uncomfortable. The announcement of layoffs triggered widespread panic among the company's employees. Vanity. Excessive pride in one's appearance or achievements. Egotism. Pompousness. Arrogance. Self-regard. His vanity prevented him from accepting any criticism, no matter how constructive. The designer's vanity led her to reject any constructive criticism of her latest collection. Her vanity prevented her from seeing how her actions were affecting those around her. Vapid. Lacking significance or liveliness or spirit or zest. Boring. Lifeless. Tedious. Insipid. The conversation was so vapid that he struggled to stay awake during the meeting. The movie was vapid, offering no real excitement, depth, or emotional engagement. Her vapid remarks added nothing to the lively discussion, leaving everyone disinterested. Apprehension. Fear that something unpleasant will happen. Concern. Nervousness. Anxiety. Agitation. Despite his apprehension, he decided to take the risk and start a new business. Despite her initial apprehension, the trip turned out to be an unforgettable adventure. His apprehension about public speaking was apparent in his trembling hands and voice. Debunk. To expose the falseness of something. Challenge. Disprove. Invalidate. Discredit. She worked diligently to debunk the false rumors circulating about her company. The scientist worked tirelessly to debunk the myths surrounding the controversial theory. The documentary sought to debunk conspiracy theories about the moon landing being faked. Multitudinous. In a way that consists of many things, people, or parts. Manifold. Numerous. Several. Copious. Multitudinous stars filled the night sky, creating a breathtaking and endless cosmic view. Her contributions were multitudinous, influencing various aspects of the Union's growth. The ocean's multitudinous waves crashed against the shore in a never-ending symphony. Staple. A basic, large, or important part of something. Main. Principal. Leading. Foremost. The TV show became a staple of Saturday night entertainment for many families. Bread, milk, and eggs are considered staple groceries in most households worldwide. Jeans have become a staple in casual fashion, worn by people of all ages and backgrounds. Prolific. Producing a great number or amount of something. Abundant. Copious. High volume. Plentiful. The prolific writer published multiple best-selling novels within a few short years. He had a prolific career as an actor, appearing in numerous films and television shows. His prolific output of artwork made him one of the most recognized painters of his time. Paucity. A small or insufficient quantity. Scarcity. Shortage. Deficiency. Inadequacy. The project failed due to a paucity of resources and inadequate funding from sponsors. The committee criticized the paucity of evidence presented in support of the new policy. The investigation was hampered by a paucity of information available from official sources. Obsolete. No longer produced or used, out of date. Outdated. Antiquated. Ancient. Outmoded. Many traditional skills have become obsolete due to advances in modern technology. Landline telephones are becoming increasingly obsolete in today's mobile-driven world. Typewriters have become obsolete with the widespread use of modern computers and laptops. Gullible. Easily tricked because they are too trusting. Credulous. Trustful. Believing. Innocent. Gullible tourists are often targeted by con artists in popular tourist destinations. The scam artists targeted the most gullible people with their fraudulent schemes. The gullible tourists believed the street vendors' claim that the trinkets were ancient. Enigma. A mysterious or difficult to understand thing. Mystery. Conundrum. Oddity. Paradox. Her mysterious smile always made her seem like an unsolvable enigma to everyone. The old manuscript remained an unsolved enigma despite years of study by top scholars. The enigma of his disappearance baffled investigators for many months without resolution. Succinct. Using a few words to state or express an idea. Concise. Brief. Laconic. Economic. She appreciated his succinct explanation, which clarified the complex issue quickly. He gave a succinct explanation of the problem, wasting no time on unnecessary details. I appreciate when feedback is succinct because it helps me improve my task more efficiently. Eyewitness. A person who saw something happen. Spectator. Onlooker. Observer. Bystander. Her credibility as an eyewitness was questioned due to inconsistencies in her story. Several eyewitnesses claimed to have seen a mysterious figure near the crime scene. The trial relied heavily on the testimony of an eyewitness who saw everything unfold. Phenomenon. An observable event or occurrence. Occurrence. Happening. Miracle. Incident. The social media phenomenon quickly gained millions of followers in a matter of days. The Northern Lights are a natural phenomenon that draws tourists from around the world. Social media has become a global phenomenon, changing how people communicate daily. Rehabilitation. The process of returning to a healthy or good way of life. Recovery. Healing. Improvement. Re-establish. The rehabilitation center helped him recover from his injuries and return to normal life. After the surgery, she underwent months of physical rehabilitation to regain her mobility. The city's rehabilitation efforts transformed the abandoned area into a thriving community. Ambivalent. Having mixed feelings or contradictory ideas. Uncertain. Wavering. Indecisive. Doubtful. His ambivalent feelings towards his hometown reflected both love and frustration. His ambivalent feelings toward the project made it difficult to get his full commitment. I am ambivalent about attending the event since it conflicts with another important meeting. Influencer. A person who has the power to influence many people. Promoter. Supporter. Spokesperson. Consultant. The influencer promoted the new skincare line to her millions of social media followers. The fitness influencer shares daily workout routines to motivate her followers to stay active. Many brands now partner with an influencer to increase their reach among younger audiences. Enchanting. To attract or please someone very much. Alluring. Bewitching. Mesmerizing. Captivating. Her voice was enchanting, captivating everyone in the room during her performance. The garden was packed with enchanting flowers that captivated everyone's attention. The old forest was an enchanting sight, filled with glowing trees and magical creatures. Refute. To prove something to be false or incorrect. Deny. Contradict. Disclaim. Disprove. His research aimed to refute the misconceptions surrounding the effects of the medication. She prepared a detailed argument to refute the allegations made against her in the meeting. The company issued a statement to refute the rumors circulating about its financial troubles. Verdict. A decision made by a jury or judge in a legal case. Resolution. Punishment. Settlement. Judgment. The final verdict in the lawsuit will set a precedent for future legal cases like this one. His actions, despite the unfavorable verdict, continue to inspire many in his community. The verdict was unexpected, as most people thought the defendant would be acquitted. Forensic. Related to scientific methods used in crime investigations. Judicial. Magisterial. Scientific. Administrative. Forensic experts use DNA analysis to identify the remains of the missing person. The forensic team meticulously examined the crime scene for any overlooked evidence. Forensic experts were called in to analyze the mysterious substance found at the scene. Probation. A trial period or supervised period of time for someone. Evaluation. Appraisal. Assessment. Trial period. The enterprise offered her a job on the condition of a 1-year probation period. During probation, she had to regularly report to her supervisor and follow strict rules. After being released from prison, he was placed on probation to monitor his behavior. Organic. Relating to or derived from living matter. Biological. Natural. Chemical-free. Additive-free. The farm produces organic dairy products using sustainable and ethical practices. The firm's focus on organic skincare products has attracted health-conscious consumers. She prefers organic produce because it's grown without synthetic pesticides or fertilizers. Bilateral. In a way that involves two groups or countries. Reciprocal. Collective. Cooperative. Communal. The bilateral discussions focused on improving diplomatic ties and regional stability. The bilateral treaty focused on environmental conservation and sustainable practices. A bilateral partnership can lead to significant advancements in science and technology. Algorithm. A procedure for solving a mathematical problem. Procedure. Program. Set of rules. Method. The algorithm analyzed vast amounts of data to identify patterns and predict outcomes. Algorithms play a crucial role in modern technology, from social media to online shopping. They used a sophisticated algorithm to detect fraudulent activities in financial transactions. Surpass. To do or be better or more than something else. Exceed. Overrun. Be more than. Outreach. She hopes to surpass her peers by demonstrating exceptional skills and dedication. Her achievements in the field have surpassed even her own expectations and goals. The athlete worked tirelessly to surpass his previous record in the upcoming competition. Discrepancy. A difference between conflicting facts or claims. Incongruity. Difference. Inconsistency. Disparity. The team noticed a discrepancy in the test results that required further investigation. The audit revealed a discrepancy in the company's financial statements for the last year. There was a significant discrepancy between the reported data and the actual figures found. Depletion. Reduction in the amount or number of something. Decline. Shrinkage. Dwindling. Reduction. Deforestation contributes to the depletion of biodiversity in many tropical rainforests. The energy depletion caused the city's power grid to fail during the summer heatwave. The depletion of natural resources is a growing concern for environmentalists worldwide. Anomaly. Something that deviates from what is standard. Abnormality. Deviation. Exception. Aberration. Anomaly detection algorithms are used to identify unusual patterns in large datasets. The engineer noted an anomaly in the machine's operation, halting the production line. The financial markets experienced an anomaly that led to sudden gains for some investors. Luminosity. The brightness of an object or surface. Radiance. Brightness. Splendor. Radiance. Increased luminosity in the room created a brighter and more welcoming atmosphere. The artist captured the luminosity of the sunset with vivid colors and soft brush strokes. Astronomers measure the luminosity of celestial objects to determine their size and distance. Pressing. Urgent or requiring immediate attention. Dire need. Emergency. Imperative. Urgent. Her schedule was full, but she made time for this pressing matter without hesitation. Given the pressing circumstances, they had to make a decision quickly and confidently. The doctor had a pressing appointment with a patient requiring urgent care and diagnosis. Coincidence. The events happen at the same time by chance. Happy accident. Fortune. Concurrence. Serendipity. She believed their similar interests were not a coincidence but a sign of destiny. It's no coincidence that both stories share the same theme of affection and sacrifice. Finding a lost wallet twice in one day is an unbelievable coincidence, to say the least. Destitute. Lacking the basic necessities of life. Impoverished. Needy. Inadequate. Penniless. She donated generously to charities that support destitute children around the world. Growing up destitute, he learned the importance of resilience and hard work early in life. The program aimed to provide education and resources to destitute communities worldwide. Contemplation. The act of deep thinking or reflection. Pondering. Thought. Meditation. Reflection. The artwork invited deep contemplation on themes of life, death, and existence. In her contemplation, she realized how much she had grown over the past few years. She spent hours in quiet contemplation, reflecting on her choices and future decisions. Violation. The act of breaking a rule, law, or agreement. Infringement. Breach. Law-breaking. Trespass. He faced consequences for his repeated violation of the school's code of conduct. Privacy violation has become a major concern in the digital age, especially online. The security breach was a serious violation of company policies and client confidentiality. Competence. The ability to do something well or efficiently. Proficiency. Aptitude. Skillfulness. Expertise. Competence in technology is becoming increasingly important in today's digital workplace. His competence in multiple languages made him an ideal candidate for the international role. The team's competence was evident in how efficiently they handled the project's challenges. Landmark. An important or significant object, or location. Paragon. Benchmark. Great work. Prominent feature. Winning the case was a landmark victory for civil rights and justice in the community. The old church served as a landmark for those navigating the winding streets of the town. The Statue of Liberty is a famous landmark recognized around the world for its symbolism. Aggregation. A collection of things that are brought together. Accumulation. Assemblage. Collection. Accumulation. The website uses aggregation tools to pull news from multiple sources into one feed. The aggregation of small streams finally formed a mighty river flowing through the valley. An aggregation of facts and figures presented a clearer picture of the economic downturn. Persuasive. Able to convince others to do or believe something. Convincing. Compelling. Eloquent. Impressive. The politician's persuasive tactics helped sway public opinion in favor of the policy. Her persuasive speech convinced the board to approve the new sustainability project. Teachers often use persuasive techniques to encourage student participation in class. Chronology. The arrangement of dates in the order of their occurrence. Timeline. Order of events. Record. Series of events. The novel's chronology was confusing, with constant flashbacks and forward jumps. The chronology of his work shows a gradual evolution of artistic style and technique. The historian constructed a detailed chronology of events leading up to the revolution. Revolutionize. To bring about a fundamental change or revolution. Upgrade. Modernize. Originate. Transform. The invention of the airplane revolutionized global travel and commerce forever. Robotics could revolutionize manufacturing, making it more efficient and cost-effective. Digital platforms have revolutionized the music industry, changing how artists reach fans. Indispensable. Something that you couldn't do without. Essential. Necessary. Imperative. Crucial. Smartphones have become an indispensable tool for communication and daily tasks. A good night's sleep is indispensable for maintaining optimal mental and physical health. His guidance proved indispensable in navigating the complex regulations of the new industry. Obligation. A duty or commitment to do something. Accountability. Onus. Responsibility. Commitment. Parents have an obligation to provide a safe and nurturing environment for their children. The teacher felt a strong obligation to help her struggling students succeed in their studies. Employers have a legal obligation to ensure a safe working environment for their employees. Myriad. A countless or extremely large number of something. Innumerable. Numberless. Multiple. Unlimited. The artist used a myriad of colors to create a breathtaking and vibrant landscape painting. She faced a myriad of challenges but remained determined to achieve her ambitious goals. The city is known for its myriad of cultural events, attracting visitors from around the world. Recognition. The act of acknowledging someone or something. Acceptance. Acknowledgement. Granting. Concession. Public recognition can motivate individuals to continue their hard work and dedication. Recognition of their efforts came when they won the prestigious Community Service Award. Employee recognition programs can boost morale and increase productivity in the workplace. Extreme. Very severe, intense, or beyond the ordinary. Intense. Greatest. Utmost. Highest. Extreme sports like skydiving and rock climbing attract thrill-seekers worldwide. The athlete's life-threatening dedication to training paid off with a gold medal victory. Extreme weather conditions make it difficult for residents in the remote region to survive. Zealous. Passionately enthusiastic about something. Vehement. Ardent. Committed. Fervent. The zealous volunteers worked around the clock to help those affected by the disaster. The zealous supporters cheered loudly for their team, never losing hope despite the score. Her zealous attitude towards fitness inspired others to join her morning workout sessions. Intrusion. The act of entering or interfering without permission. Invasion. Trespass. Encroachment. Interference. The journalist's questions felt like an intrusion into the politician's deeply personal affairs. The sudden intrusion of the alarm disrupted the peaceful atmosphere in the conference room. His frequent intrusions into their private conversation started to irritate everyone in the group. Inflation. A general increase in prices and fall in purchasing. Economic decline. Depression. Standstill. Recession. Rising inflation rates have significantly increased the cost of living for many families. The government introduced measures to control inflation and stabilize the economy. Inflation in the housing market made it impossible for first-time buyers to afford homes. Emergence. The process of coming into view or becoming known. Extension. Advancement. Progression. Inception. The emergence of new markets has created opportunities for growth and investment. Her emergence as a key leader within the organization surprised many of her colleagues. The emergence of new technologies has transformed the way businesses operate globally. Agenda. A list of items to be discussed or acted upon. Itinerary. Inventory. Program. Schedule. The hidden agenda behind the proposal soon became apparent to the board members. Environmental sustainability has become a key item on the global agenda in recent years. The manager insisted on a clear agenda for every team meeting to maximize productivity. Lethal. Deadly or capable of causing death. Fatal. Deadly. Harmful. Poisonous. The storm unleashed lethal winds that caused widespread destruction along the coast. The scientists warned that the chemicals released could have potentially lethal consequences. Lethal doses of certain drugs can cause irreparable damage to the heart and other vital organs. Banal. Lacking originality, freshness, or novelty. Commonplace. Hackneyed. Boring. Humdrum. Despite the director's best efforts, the dialogue remained overly banal and predictable. The movie was so banal that many people left the theater halfway through the screening. The novel was criticized for its banal dialogue and predictable storyline by most reviewers. Mandate. An official order or authorization to do something. Decree. Ordinance. Commandment. Instruction. The court's mandate requires the organization to submit annual financial reports for review. After winning the election, the president claimed a clear mandate to implement her policies. The company's new mandate focuses on reducing carbon emissions by 50% over the next decade. Territory. An area of land under the control of a ruler. Region. Possession. Kingdom. Domain. Expanding into new territory has always been part of the company's growth strategy. The explorers mapped out the previously uncharted territory in their latest expedition. The animal fiercely defended its territory from intruders, keeping other predators away. Handy. Within easy reach, conveniently available. Useful. Convenient. User-friendly. Functional. This manual is quite handy for those unfamiliar with the software's advanced features. Having a flashlight in the car can be handy in case of an unexpected breakdown at night. It's always handy to know a few basic phrases in a foreign language when traveling abroad. Innocent. Not guilty of a crime or wrongdoing. Guiltless. Blameless. Naive. Faultless. The innocent bystander was caught in the crossfire during the intense police operation. The child gave an innocent smile, unaware of the seriousness of the situation around him. He claimed he was innocent, insisting that he was wrongly accused of the crime committed. Consequence. A result or effect of an action or condition. Effect. Outcome. Result. End result. As a consequence of her dedication, she was promoted faster than her colleagues. They realized their mistake had a consequence that would impact their plans for the future. He faced the consequences of his actions, knowing he could not escape accountability forever. Effortless. Requiring no physical or mental exertion. Easy. Straightforward. Undemanding. Painless. With years of experience, cooking an elaborate meal became an effortless task for him. His charisma made public speaking seem effortless, though it required much preparation. Preceding. Coming before something in time or order. Former. Previous. Earlier. Antecedent. In the preceding weeks, they had worked tirelessly to prepare for the grand opening. The preceding year had been tough, but it taught them valuable lessons for the future. She reviewed the preceding events to find clues that might explain the current situation. Fortunate. Bringing some good thing not foreseen as certain. Lucky. Felicitous. Blessed. Fortuitous. It was fortunate that the meeting was postponed, as she had forgotten to prepare. She was fortunate to find a mentor who guided her career from the very beginning. He felt fortunate to have such supportive friends and family during his difficult times. Approximately. Close to the actual, but not exact. Nearly. Almost. Roughly. Roundabout. The flight is approximately 3 hours long, with a brief layover in another city. The renovation will cost approximately $15,000, according to the initial estimates. Approximately 100 guests attended the wedding, making it a lively and joyful celebration. Perfunctory. Carried out with minimum effort or reflection. Superficial. Indifferent. Careless. Fleeting. His apology was perfunctory, lacking genuine remorse for the mistakes he had made. The waiter's perfunctory service left a negative impression on the diners that evening. The inspection was done in a perfunctory manner, missing several critical safety violations. Perpetual. Never-ending or changing, continuous. Everlasting. Permanent. Long-lasting. Continuing. The artist was inspired by the idea of perpetual motion in creating her latest installation. The perpetual noise from the construction site made it hard for residents to sleep at night. Their perpetual disagreements eventually led to the dissolution of their business partnership. Narrate. To tell a story or give an account of events. Describe. Represent. Describe. Portray. The documentary hired a famous actor to narrate the entire series in a captivating voice. The tour guide was skilled enough to narrate the history of the castle in multiple languages. He asked her to narrate the events of that night, hoping to gather more accurate information. Inequality. The state of being unequal in status or rights. Difference. Dissimilarity. Imbalance. Disproportion. Efforts to reduce gender inequality must focus on education, employment, and legal rights. Social inequality is often perpetuated by systemic discrimination and lack of opportunities. Many organizations are actively working to address racial inequality within their communities. Annually. Happening or done once every year. Yearly. Every year. Per annum. Perennial. They celebrate their wedding anniversary annually with a special trip to a different city. The company conducts an audit annually to ensure compliance with all industry standards. Employees are evaluated annually to determine their performance bonuses and promotions. Undergo. To experience or be subjected to something. Endure. Experience. Encounter. Withstand. The ancient temple will undergo extensive restoration to preserve its historic significance. Athletes must undergo rigorous training to prepare for the challenges of the upcoming season. She had to undergo several tests before the doctors could determine the cause of her symptoms. Dissemination. The act of spreading information widely. Circulation. Spreading. Distribution. Publicizing. The dissemination of fake news on social media has become a major concern worldwide. They focused on the dissemination of scientific findings to the broader community of scholars. The conference aimed at the dissemination of innovative ideas in the field of renewable energy. Inclination. A tendency or preference for something. Propensity. Proneness. Partiality. Tendency. With his strong inclination toward problem solving, he excelled in analytical tasks at work. She always had an inclination toward art, spending hours painting and sketching as a child. Despite his inclination to avoid conflict, he decided to speak up against the unfair treatment. Inhospitable. Harsh or unwelcoming, often referring to a place. Adverse. Unfavorable. Miserable. Hostile. The inhospitable terrain made it difficult for rescue teams to reach the stranded hikers. The city was inhospitable to tourists, with few accommodations and unwelcoming locals. The desert was an inhospitable environment, with scorching heat and little water for miles. Tenacious. Holding fast, characterized by keeping a firm hold. Determined. Unyielding. Persistent. Immovable. They admired her tenacious efforts to save the endangered species from extinction. Despite countless setbacks, she remained tenacious in her quest to complete the marathon. His tenacious purpose to succeed inspired everyone who witnessed his unwavering promise. Auction. A public sale of property to the highest bidder. Bidding. Public sale. Trading. Merchandising. The auction featured an array of luxury items, from vintage cars to high-end jewelry. They planned to auction off the estate's belongings, including valuable furniture and collectibles. The charity hosted an auction to raise funds for their efforts to support underprivileged children. Elevate. To raise or lift something to a higher position. Heighten. Uplift. Advance. Upgrade. Meditation and mindfulness can help elevate your sense of well-being and inner peace. We need to elevate the discussion to focus on long-term solutions rather than quick fixes. Proper posture can help elevate your mood and increase your energy throughout the day. Xenophobia. Prejudice against people from other countries. Racism. Prejudice. Bigotry. Segregation. The rise of xenophobia in certain regions has led to an increase in discriminatory policies. The organization aims to raise awareness about the dangers of xenophobia and intolerance. Xenophobia can severely harm social cohesion and hinder economic growth in diverse societies. Gainsay. To refuse to accept something as the truth. Contradict. Oppose. Challenge. Counter. His undeniable expertise in the field made it difficult to gainsay his recommendations. Despite his objections, the data presented by the research team was difficult to gainsay. Though critics tried to gainsay her achievements, the evidence of her success was undeniable. Dubious. Probably not true or not completely true. Doubtful. Questionable. Uncertain. Hesitant. The lawyer presented a dubious argument that the judge quickly dismissed as unconvincing. I'm dubious that the plan will work, given the lack of resources and support from management. The judge found the defendant's explanation dubious and questioned the credibility of the alibi. Surplus. An amount of something that is more than needed. Additional. Extra. Oversupply. Plethora. The farm had a surplus of crops this year, leading to lower prices at the local market. The government is considering how to best allocate the surplus funds from the national budget. The surplus of applicants for the position made the hiring process more competitive than usual. Supplementary. Added to enhance or complete something. Extra. Additional. Subsidiary. Auxiliary. The teacher gave the students supplementary exercises to practice before the final exam. Her part-time job served as a supplementary source of income while she pursued her studies. The supplementary budget will cover the unexpected expenses from the recent natural disaster. Dialogue. A conversation between two or more people. Speech. Expression. Conversation. Discourse. Through dialogue, the parties were able to reach a consensus on the disputed issues. The two nations engaged in a peaceful dialogue to negotiate the terms of the trade agreement. The film's engaging dialogue between characters helped bring the story to life for the audience. Homogeneous. Things that are all of a similar kind. Identical. Alike. Duplicate. Uniform. The mixture appeared homogeneous, with all ingredients blended together seamlessly. The committee was criticized for being too homogeneous and lacking diverse representation. A homogeneous group of students attended the workshop, making the discussions less varied. Engaging. Tending to draw favorable attention or interest. Interesting. Attractive. Charming. Appealing. The speaker's engaging style kept the audience captivated throughout the entire presentation. His engaging style of storytelling drew the listeners in, making them feel part of the experience. She has a talent for creating engaging content that resonates with her followers on social media. Compassion. Sympathetic concern for the suffering of others. Kindness. Sympathy. Empathy. Fellow feeling. The nurse's compassion helped ease the patient's suffering during their difficult times. His compassion for animals led him to establish a rescue organization for abandoned pets. The world needs more compassion and understanding to bridge the divides between people. Repulsive. arousing intense distaste or disgust. Offensive, gross, disgusting, repugnant. The movie featured a repulsive villain who made audiences shiver with fear and disgust. He found the idea of dishonesty utterly repulsive and avoided people who lied frequently. The smell coming from the garbage dump was so repulsive that it made everyone nauseous. Supervise. To oversee or direct the work or actions of others. Look after, guard, inspect, administer. The manager will supervise the entire project to ensure it meets all the deadlines. It's important to supervise new employees closely until they learn their responsibilities. Teachers supervise students during exams to prevent any form of academic dishonesty. Utilize. To make practical use of something. Make use of. Harness. Implement. Employ. The team plans to utilize advanced technology to streamline the production process. He utilized the extra time to prepare more thoroughly for the upcoming presentation. We should utilize all available resources efficiently to achieve the best possible outcomes. Orchestrate. To organize something to achieve a desired effect. Organize. Mastermind. Harmonize. Arrange. The conductor orchestrated a beautiful symphony that left the audience mesmerized. He orchestrated a successful campaign that helped increase the company's market share. The event planner will orchestrate the wedding, ensuring every detail is perfectly executed. Affiliate. To officially connect to an organization. Associate. Combine. Amalgamate. Amalgamate. They chose to affiliate with the charity to support its community outreach programs. The syndicate decided to affiliate with a larger corporation to expand its global reach. The brand's affiliate program rewards partners for driving sales through their platforms. Intimidate. To be frightened or to pull back from something. Scare. Terrorize. Threaten. Frighten. The bully tried to intimidate the younger students into giving up their lunch money. The competitor's success didn't intimidate her, it only motivated her to work harder. He used his authority to intimidate employees into complying with unreasonable demands. Anticipate. To imagine or expect that something will happen. predict, forecast, apprehend, foresee. They anticipate finishing the project ahead of schedule due to efficient teamwork. She tried to anticipate the interview questions by researching the company thoroughly. The company anticipates significant growth in the next quarter due to increased demand. Reform. To make changes in something in order to improve. Amend, reorganize, regenerate, improve. The company will reform its policies to adapt to the changing market conditions. Political leaders promise to reform the tax system to benefit lower-income families. Activists are pushing for educational reform to improve student outcomes nationwide. Articulate. Able to express thoughts or ideas clearly. Fit together. Accentuate. Integrate. Vocalize. It's important to articulate your goals so that others can understand your ambitions. The spokesperson articulated the company's vision for the future in a press conference. She was able to articulate her thoughts clearly during the debate, impressing the judges. Renovate. To restore something to good condition, to repair. Repair. Refurbish. Recondition. Modernize. They plan to renovate the old building to make it more energy efficient and modern. The homeowners decided to renovate the kitchen, adding new appliances and cabinets. The city will renovate the park to include new playground equipment and walking paths. Exacerbate. To make a problem, situation, or feeling worse. Provoke. Bother. Become worse. Aggravate. The economic downturn has exacerbated the challenges faced by small businesses. The harsh winter weather will only exacerbate the problem of homelessness in the city. His reckless behavior exacerbated the already tense situation between the two groups. Dismantle. The act of causing a system to stop functioning. Deconstruct. Fragment. Separate. Take apart. He carefully dismantled the clock, taking notes to learn its intricate mechanics and design. The engineers decided to dismantle the old machine, studying each part for possible reuse. The company had to dismantle the project after realizing it was no longer financially viable. Retrieve. The process of finding and bringing back something. reclaim, regain, take back, salvage. She ventured into the attic to retrieve her grandmother's old photographs and letters. The computer specialist managed to retrieve the lost data from the corrupted hard drive. Soldiers were tasked with a mission to retrieve the classified documents from enemy territory. Combat. To fight or struggle against something. Withstand. Cope with. Battle against. Counter. She took up martial arts to better combat any potential threats in her neighborhood. The soldiers were trained to combat the enemy forces using advanced tactics and strategies. Doctors are researching new ways to combat antibiotic-resistant bacteria in hospitals worldwide. Hypnotize. To influence, control, or direct completely. Mesmerize. Enchant. Captivate. Put under. The repetitive melody began to hypnotize listeners, lulling them into a deep state of calm. The brightly colored patterns on the wall appeared to hypnotize those who stared too long. The magician used a swinging pendulum to hypnotize the volunteer in front of the audience. Contribute. To give or add something to a cause or effort. Donate. Volunteer. Cooperate. Subscribe. Every member of the team was expected to contribute their unique skills to the project. The volunteers were eager to contribute their time to help clean up the community park. She decided to contribute a portion of her earnings to a local charity supporting education. Deal with. To take action to resolve or manage something. Address. Negotiate. Handle. Manage. She sought professional help to deal with her recurring nightmares and lingering fears. The company had to deal with a massive data breach affecting thousands of its customers. They implemented new policies to deal with the increasing number of workplace conflicts. Commence. To start or begin, come or cause to come into being. Inaugurate. Begin. Initiate. Start off. The trial was set to commence after the judge arrived and all parties were present. The ceremony will commence once all the guests have arrived and taken their seats. The countdown began, signaling that the rocket launch would commence in 10 minutes. Leverage. The ability to influence situations or people. Support. Utilize. Force. Influence. She used her networking skills to leverage new opportunities for career advancement. The team decided to leverage their diverse backgrounds to create a truly innovative solution. He planned to leverage his savings to invest in a promising startup with high growth potential. Jeopardize. To put something or someone in danger or at risk. Endanger. Imperil. Sabotage. Threaten. Failing to meet the deadline might jeopardize their chances of winning the contract. His reckless behavior could jeopardize his career and damage his professional reputation. Poor communication could jeopardize the success of their collaborative efforts on the project. Manipulate. To control or influence something or someone. Negotiate. Deploy. Maneuver. Control. Politicians often try to manipulate public opinion by spreading selective information. She learned how to manipulate the data to generate the desired results for her report. The scientist used precise tools to manipulate the cells under the microscope for study. Reinforce. To strengthen by additional assistance or support. Strengthen. Underpin. Galvanize. Fortify. The teacher used positive feedback to reinforce good behavior among her students. Laws were passed to reinforce the importance of safety regulations in the workplace. Regular training sessions help to reinforce the skills learned during the initial orientation. Revitalize. To bring new life or energy to something. Refresh. Strengthen. Escalate. Reinvigorate. They aim to revitalize the community center, turning it into a hub for local activities. A good night's sleep can revitalize your body and mind, leaving you refreshed and energetic. The City Council launched a plan to revitalize the downtown area and attract more businesses. Generalize. To make a statement based on limited evidence. Oversimplify. Conclude. Surmise. Discern. She tends to generalize her experiences, assuming others have had similar life events. It's unfair to generalize the actions of a few individuals to an entire group or community. The data was too specific to generalize findings to a larger population without further study. Empower. To give someone the authority, power, or confidence. sanction, authorize, legitimize, commission. By giving them more responsibilities, the manager aimed to empower his team members. She felt empowered to pursue her dreams after attending an inspiring leadership workshop. The new law seeks to empower citizens by increasing their access to government information. Penetrate. To go into or through something. Permeate, access, percolate, infiltrate. The sun's rays managed to penetrate the dark clouds, illuminating the landscape below. The dense forest was difficult to penetrate, with its thick undergrowth and towering trees. His sharp wit could easily penetrate through the most complex arguments during debates. Acknowledge. To admit the existence or truth of something. Recognize. Admit. Concede. Grant. He paused briefly to acknowledge the applause, then continued with his presentation. I must acknowledge that without your help, this project would not have been successful. She had to acknowledge his efforts, even though they didn't produce the desired results. Adhere. To stick or be attached firmly to a surface. Follow. Comply with. Abide by. Hold fast. It's important to adhere to the guidelines if we want to achieve consistent results. They were determined to adhere strictly to the rules, despite the pressure to bend them. The participants were instructed to adhere to the schedule to ensure the event ran smoothly. Ascend. Rising or increasing to higher levels, values. Climb. Conquer. Reach high. Mount. The hikers began to ascend the mountain trail, eager to reach the summit by sunrise. The staircase seemed to ascend endlessly, with no end in sight for the weary climbers. As the balloon started to ascend, the landscape below slowly became a distant memory. Standardize. To bring into conformity with a standard. Systematize. Classify. Make equal. Systematize. They will standardize the format of reports to make them easier to review and compare. It's important to standardize the procedures to ensure consistent quality in every product. The organization plans to standardize training programs to improve skills across the workforce. Materialize. To become real or come into existence. Occur. take place, come about, happen. Their plans to travel to Europe didn't materialize due to unforeseen circumstances. The ghostly figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, startling everyone in the room. He hoped his dreams of success would soon materialize through hard work and perseverance. Endeavor. To try hard, an earnest effort or attempt. Exercise. Struggle. Undertake. Attempt. She embarked on a creative endeavor that challenged her skills and expanded her horizons. The team's joint endeavor to innovate led to the creation of a groundbreaking new product. Despite the challenges, they continued to endeavor toward their goal with firm determination. Procrastinate. To keep delaying something that must be done. Delay. Postpone. Adjourn. Temporize. He tends to procrastinate until the last minute, often rushing to meet deadlines. She resolved not to procrastinate this time and finished her assignment ahead of schedule. The students were advised not to procrastinate on their projects to avoid unnecessary stress. Invigorate. To give strength or vitality to something or someone. Energize. Stimulate. Rejuvenate. Refresh. A brisk morning walk can invigorate the senses and prepare you for the day ahead. The motivational speech served to invigorate the audience, inspiring them to take action. The new strategy helped invigorate the team, boosting their motivation and performance. Reminiscent. Awakening memories of something similar. Indicative. Evocative. Nostalgic. Suggestive. The music was reminiscent of the golden era of jazz, evoking a sense of nostalgia. The landscape was reminiscent of the places they had visited during their travels abroad. The scent of fresh bread was reminiscent of childhood mornings spent in Grandma's kitchen. Timely. Happening at the right or appropriate time. Appropriate. Seasonable. Auspicious. Convenient. The timely arrival of the ambulance helped save the patient's life after the accident. The report's timely release allowed the committee to make informed decisions quickly. It was a timely reminder of the importance of regular maintenance to avoid future issues. Skeptical. Questioning the truth or validity of something. suspicious, doubtful, distrustful, mistrustful. He was skeptical of the claims made in the advertisement, preferring to do his research. The scientist remained skeptical until he could verify the results through his experiments. She was skeptical about the new policy's effectiveness, given the company's past failures. Far-fetched. Unlikely or implausible, difficult to believe. Unrealistic, unlikely, questionable, improbable. It seemed far-fetched at the time, but his prediction eventually proved to be accurate. The idea of traveling to Mars seemed far-fetched, but scientists are making it possible. His explanation for being late sounded far-fetched and didn't convince anyone in the room. Witty. Showing quick and inventive verbal humor. Humorous, fanciful, sharp-witted, clever. Her witty remarks during the meeting lightened the mood and made everyone laugh. He was known for his witty comebacks, always quick on his feet during conversations. Her witty banter with the host made the interview entertaining and engaging for viewers. Sanguine. Positive, especially in a difficult situation. Optimistic. Upbeat. Promising. Hopeful. Despite the setbacks, she remained sanguine about the project's eventual success. He was sanguine about his chances of winning the competition, confident in his abilities. Her sanguine outlook on life inspired those around her to adopt a more positive attitude. Egotistical. To have an inflated view of your self-importance. Pompous. Narcissistic. Selfish. Self-obsessed. She refused to work with the egotistical leader who ignored everyone else's opinions. His egotistical attitude made it difficult for him to form genuine relationships with others. The professor's egotistical lectures alienated his students and led to declining attendance. Outstanding. Clearly very much better than what is usual. Distinguished. Superb. Brilliant. Excellent. The outstanding student received numerous awards for his academic excellence. The view from the top of the mountain was absolutely outstanding and breathtaking. His outstanding contributions to the project were recognized with a prestigious award. Luxurious. A condition of abundance or great ease and comfort. Sumptuous. Grandiose. Opulent. Splendid. The luxurious hotel suite offered stunning ocean views and a private infinity pool. The car's interior was designed with luxurious leather seats and high-tech features. They enjoyed a luxurious dinner at the city's most exclusive and expensive restaurant. Grotesque. Comically or repulsively ugly or distorted. Distorted. Ill-shaped. Malformed. Disproportioned. The grotesque statue in the garden frightened the children with its twisted features. The artist's grotesque depiction of reality was both disturbing and thought-provoking. The creature's grotesque appearance made it difficult to look at without feeling uneasy. Old-fashioned. Out of date or no longer in style, traditional. Antiquated. Obsolete. Outdated. Traditional. The town had an old-fashioned charm, with cobblestone streets and quaint shops. Her old-fashioned manners were charming, reminding everyone of a more polite era. Her old-fashioned values sometimes clashed with the modern views of her grandchildren. Sarcastic. To mock someone or something in humorous way. Sneering. Belittling. Acrimonious. Mocking. He responded with a sarcastic, "Oh, great," when told about the unexpected assignment. His sarcastic comment about the weather being perfect annoyed everyone at the picnic. She couldn't help but be sarcastic when asked the obvious question for the 100th time. Indifferent. Having no particular interest or sympathy. Apathetic. Heedless. Careless. Uninterested. The manager's indifferent attitude toward employee concerns led to low morale. He was indifferent to the lavish gifts, preferring simple, meaningful gestures instead. Her indifferent response to the news shocked everyone who expected her to be upset. Contradiction. A situation in which two or more things are opposed. Reverse. Contrary. Incongruity. Conflict. Her peaceful demeanor was in stark contradiction to her intense, internal struggles. The statement was a glaring contradiction of the facts presented earlier in the meeting. The novel explores the contradiction between society's expectations and individual desires. Successor. A person or thing that comes after somebody. Inheritor. Beneficiary. Descendant. Beneficiary. The CEO named her successor, ensuring a smooth transition after her retirement. She trained her successor carefully, passing on years of knowledge and experience. The company was confident that the successor would continue its legacy of innovation. Perseverance. Persistence in doing something despite the difficulty. Determination. Persistence. Dedication. Firmness. The athlete's perseverance through injury led to an impressive comeback victory. With perseverance, he finally completed the marathon, despite the pain and exhaustion. Success requires perseverance, as challenges and setbacks are inevitable in any endeavor. Essence. The basic and intrinsic nature or quality of something. Synopsis. Abstract. Summarization. Quintessence. The essence of their friendship was trust, built over years of shared experiences. The perfume captured the essence of a summer garden, with floral and citrus notes. The essence of the problem lay in the lack of communication between the team members. Mischievous. Enjoying playing tricks and annoying people. Playful. Naughty. Misbehaving. Disobedient. The mischievous child hid his sister's shoes as a prank before they left for school. Her mischievous smile hinted at the secret surprise she had planned for her friend. The students exchanged mischievous glances, planning a harmless prank on their teacher. Erroneous. Not correct, based on wrong information. Wrong. Incorrect. Mistaken. Invalid. An erroneous conclusion can lead to faulty decision-making in critical situations. He realized his assumption was erroneous after reviewing the new data and evidence. Erroneous information can spread quickly on social media, causing confusion and panic. Collapse. To fall down, a sudden failure or breakdown. Subside. Crumble. Break down. Fall down. The bridge threatened to collapse during the earthquake, causing widespread panic. After hours of struggle, the structure finally began to collapse under the intense pressure. Due to the earthquake, several buildings collapsed, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Overwhelm. To overpower the thoughts, emotions, or senses. Deluge. Devastate. Bewilder. Submerge. She was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of work and struggled to meet her deadlines. The complexity of the project could overwhelm anyone without prior experience in the field. The generous support from the community overwhelmed the family during their time of need. Convey. To communicate a thought, feeling, or idea. Make known. Get across. Proclaim. Carry. The novel's vivid descriptions convey the rich cultural heritage of the remote village. He struggled to convey his feelings clearly, despite his best efforts to express himself. His tone was intended to convey a sense of authority and confidence during the meeting. Undertake. To commit to or begin to do something. Initiate. Execute. Perform. Tackle. It's essential to understand the risks before you undertake such a significant responsibility. They are prepared to undertake all necessary measures to ensure the safety of the community. He had to undertake extensive research before presenting his findings to the board of directors. Assemble. To gather together or fit together various parts. Accumulate. Congregate. Amass. Gather. The team will assemble in the conference room for a final briefing before the launch. They had to assemble the furniture from a flat-pack kit, which proved more challenging. Volunteers worked tirelessly to assemble care packages for the disaster-affected families. Replenish. To refill or restore to the former condition. Refill. Resupply. Restore. Recharge. After a long run, it's important to drink water to replenish lost fluids and electrolytes. The store ordered new stock to replenish the shelves after the holiday shopping rush. She took a break to replenish her energy before continuing with her demanding tasks. Dexterous. Showing or having skill, especially with the hands. Proficient. Skillful. Professional. Adroit. The dexterous artist crafted intricate sculptures with incredible speed and precision. His dexterous maneuvering of the vehicle prevented a serious accident on the highway. A dexterous pianist can seamlessly transition between complex pieces without hesitation. Devastating. causing a lot of damage and destroying things. Damaging, detrimental, fatal, destructive. The devastating earthquake left entire towns in ruins, with many homes destroyed. The news of the tragic accident was absolutely devastating to the entire community. The devastating impact of the storm displaced thousands of families across the region. Cumbersome. Large or heavy and therefore difficult to carry. Weighty, burdensome, onerous, unmanageable. The cumbersome package was difficult to carry up the narrow stairs of the old building. The new system's cumbersome interface frustrated employees, slowing down productivity. The oversized couch proved cumbersome when trying to move it through narrow doorways. Retain. To keep or continue to have something. Maintain. Withhold. Keep up. Reserve. They tried to retain the best employees by offering competitive salaries and benefits. It's important to retain key information from lectures to perform well on the final exam. Employees who retain their skills will remain competitive in the rapidly changing market. Unleash. To release or set free, often with intensity. Launch. Introduce. Unshackle. Release. The new software will unleash the full potential of your computer's processing power. The scientist's discovery could unleash a wave of innovations across multiple industries. He couldn't wait to unleash his potential during his debut performance on the big stage. Fabricate. To invent false information in order to trick people. Formulate. Compose. Put together. Make up. She decided to fabricate a story to avoid getting into trouble with her supervisor. The artist could fabricate stunning designs from simple materials like clay and metal. The criminal attempted to fabricate an alibi, but the police quickly uncovered the truth. Outweigh. To be more significant than something else. Supersede. Surpass. Be greater than. Exceed. His passion for adventure seemed to outweigh the risks of traveling to remote locations. The benefits of the new policy outweigh the potential risks involved in its implementation. For her, the personal rewards of volunteering always outweigh the time and effort required. Camouflage. Disguise the presence of a person, animal, or object. Disguise. Mask. Obfuscate. Conceal. Camouflage clothing is essential for hunters who want to remain unseen by their prey. Soldiers wore special gear to camouflage themselves in the desert terrain during missions. The photographer used the surroundings to camouflage her position while observing wildlife. Prioritize. To arrange things in order of importance. Highlight. Focus on. Rank fast. Emphasize. The committee decided to prioritize funding for education over other budget areas. The company must prioritize customer satisfaction if it wants to remain competitive. To succeed, you must learn to prioritize important tasks over less urgent distractions. Safeguard. To protect something from harm or danger. Defend. Secure. Keep safe. Protect. It's important to safeguard your mental health in high-pressure work environments. Parents are constantly trying to safeguard their children from potential dangers online. The government implemented policies to safeguard the rights of minority communities. Decipher. To interpret or make out the meaning of something. Unravel. Elucidate. Resolve. Decode. They needed a linguist to decipher the foreign language in the historical manuscript. Scientists are trying to decipher the complex genetic code that determines human traits. The archaeologist worked tirelessly to decipher the ancient script found on the temple walls. Illuminate. To light up or clarify something. Highlight. Enlighten. Elucidate. Brighten. A spark of inspiration can illuminate even the darkest moments of one's life journey. Bright street lights were installed to illuminate the path for late-night walkers and joggers. The professor's lecture helped illuminate complex theories that were difficult to understand. Conquer. To take control of a place or people, usually by force. Overcome. Subjugate. Beat. Vanquish. History remembers those who conquer not just land, but also the hearts of the people. The team worked tirelessly to conquer the challenges and achieve their ambitious goals. To conquer the mountain, they needed special training and advanced climbing equipment. Robust. Having or exhibiting strength or vigorous figure. Sturdy. Durable. Long-lasting. Vigorous. They developed a robust system capable of handling high levels of stress and pressure. Their robust debate on policy changes helped refine the final proposal for better results. The software needs a robust security framework to protect against potential cyber threats. Superficial. Occurring on the surface, not thorough or deep. Perfunctory. Shallow. Sketchy. Outermost. The politician's promises were superficial and lacked any real substance or depth. He had only a superficial understanding of the topic but pretended to know more. Their friendship seemed superficial, built on convenience rather than genuine connection. Definitive. Conclusive, final, or serving as a perfect example. Perfect. Ultimate. Most reliable. Decisive. After weeks of discussion, they finally reached a definitive agreement on the matter. The judge's ruling was a definitive decision that settled the long-standing legal dispute. The team presented a definitive plan that addressed every concern raised by stakeholders. Provocative. Causing a strong reaction, especially deliberately. Instigative. Annoying. Irritating. Exasperating. The writer's provocative article quickly became the topic of heated public conversation. Her provocative questions challenged the audience to think critically about social issues. The artist's provocative work sparked intense debates and discussions across the community. Exponential. Increasing rapidly or by a large amount. Rampant. Expanding. Flourishing. Mounting. His knowledge of mathematics allowed him to understand exponential patterns easily. The company experienced exponential growth after launching its innovative new product. The spread of the virus followed an exponential curve, overwhelming the healthcare system. Elegant. Graceful and stylish in appearance or manner. Sophisticated. Polished. Artistic. Stylish. They planned an elegant wedding reception, complete with fine dining and classical music. Her elegant demeanor and sophisticated dress made her the center of attention at the gala. His elegant speech captivated the audience, leaving a lasting impression on everyone present. Exuberant. Full of energy, growing in extreme abundance. Exhilarated. Cheerful. Full of life. Euphoric. The children's exuberant laughter filled the park as they played joyfully together. His exuberant energy made him the life of every party, always keeping things exciting. The fans were exuberant after their favorite band gave an unforgettable performance. Sardonic. Humorous in an unkind way that shows you don't respect. Sarcastic. Ironical. Mocking. Cynical. The novel's protagonist often uses sardonic wit to navigate challenging situations. His sardonic wit often made people laugh, but sometimes it stung a little too deeply. Her sardonic comment about the situation hinted at her underlying defeat and frustration. Perceptible. Capable of being perceived by the mind or senses. Discernible. Apparent. Detectable. Noticeable. The change in her mood was barely perceptible but noticeable to those close to her. The tension in the room was almost perceptible as the two sides argued their points. The improvement in his performance was perceptible after weeks of rigorous training. Miraculous. Unusual and bringing very welcome consequences. Magical. Astounding. Phenomenal. Supernatural. The doctors described his recovery from the illness as nothing short of miraculous. The plant's miraculous growth, despite the harsh conditions, astonished the scientists. The birth of the child was nothing short of miraculous, bringing joy to the entire family. Colloquial. Used in ordinary or familiar conversation. Unofficial. Casual. Conversational. Informal. His use of colloquial expressions made the conversation feel more relaxed and natural. His colloquial speech made the presentation feel more personal and relatable to the audience. The teacher explained the difference between formal and colloquial language during the lesson. Abnormal. Deviating from what is normal or usual. Exceptional. Unusual. Extraordinary. Uncommon. The doctor noted the abnormal growth on the X-ray and ordered further tests for diagnosis. His abnormal behavior in class caught the teacher's attention, prompting her to speak with him. The report highlighted an abnormal spike in sales, raising questions about the sudden increase. Ludicrous. So foolish or unreasonable as to be amusing. Nonsensical. Silly. Outlandish. Ridiculous. The idea of building a mansion on such a small plot of land was absolutely ludicrous. His suggestion was so ludicrous that the entire team couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's ludicrous to believe that such a minor mistake could lead to such major consequences. Dramatic. Sudden and striking, related to drama or the arts. Striking. Thrilling. Suspenseful. Enthralling. He told the story with dramatic flair, making every detail seem more exciting than it was. The film's dramatic ending left the audience in awe, speechless from the intense conclusion. Her dramatic entrance to the party caught everyone's attention as she made a bold statement. Vindictive. Having or showing a strong desire for revenge. Spiteful. Vengeful. Malevolent. Unforgiving. Her vindictive nature led her to seek revenge for even the smallest slights against her. The vindictive plot to sabotage her success only backfired, making her even more popular. She had a vindictive streak, never forgiving those who wronged her, no matter how minor. Harmony. A state of a pleasant combination of elements. Coordination. Balance. Accordance. Consonance. The family lived in harmony with their surroundings, respecting the land and its resources. They worked together in harmony, each contributing their strengths to the project's success. The peaceful garden was a place of harmony, where nature and humanity coexisted peacefully. Scrutiny. Critical observation or examination. Investigation. Research. Exploration. Inquiry. After close scrutiny, the investigators found inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimony. The scientist's groundbreaking research was subjected to rigorous scrutiny by her peers. The new policy faced public scrutiny, forcing the government to reconsider its approach. Deficiency. A lack or shortage of something. Shortage. Inadequacy. Dearth. Insufficiency. His work showed a clear deficiency in understanding basic programming concepts. The company's financial deficiency became apparent when they could not meet payroll. The report highlighted a deficiency in the current system's ability to handle emergencies. Repulsive. Arousing intense disgust, extremely unpleasant. Distasteful. Repellent. Awful. Abhorrent. The smell of the garbage was so repulsive that no one could stand to be near it. His repulsive behavior at the party shocked everyone and left them feeling uncomfortable. The sight of the insect infestation was absolutely repulsive, forcing them to leave immediately. Longing. A yearning desire for something. Desire. Yearning. Hankering. Craving. Despite her success, there was always a longing for something more meaningful. There was a longing in his eyes that she couldn't quite understand, but it moved her. A longing for connection often drives people to seek companionship and understanding. Venture. A risky or daring journey or undertaking. Journey. Proceed. Invest. Progress. Despite the dangers, they ventured deep into the forest in search of the hidden treasure. The entrepreneur's latest venture was met with both skepticism and excitement by investors. The explorers were ready to venture across the treacherous mountains in search of new lands. Whimsical. Acting or behaving in a playful manner. Outlandish. Eccentric. Capricious. Fanciful. Her whimsical personality often led her to make unexpected and playful decisions. Her whimsical sense of humor kept everyone laughing, even in the toughest situations. The whimsical decor of the cafe made it a popular spot for those seeking something different. Splendid. Large and impressive in size, very beautiful. Magnificent. Dazzling. Lavish. Sumptuous. Their splendid performance earned them a standing ovation from the entire audience. Her splendid performance on stage captivated the entire audience with grace and emotion. They threw a splendid party to celebrate his promotion, complete with music and dancing. Wrathful. Filled with extreme anger, very angry. Furious. Ill-tempered. Indignant. Enraged. Her wrathful expression left no doubt that the argument had crossed a dangerous line. The wrathful king demanded vengeance after learning of the betrayal by his closest advisor. His wrathful response to the accusations shocked everyone who expected a calmer reaction. Disguise. To change the usual appearance, sound, taste, etc. Misrepresent. Pretend. Deceive. Camouflage. She used makeup and costumes to disguise her appearance for the masquerade ball. The spy's disguise was so convincing that even his closest allies failed to recognize him. The criminal changed his disguise frequently to evade capture by law enforcement agencies. Derogatory. Showing a critical or disrespectful attitude. Contemptuous. Abusive. Insulting. Belittling. His derogatory tone when addressing the staff caused morale to plummet significantly. The politician's speech included derogatory statements that sparked widespread criticism. She refused to tolerate any derogatory remarks about her background or cultural heritage. Embody. To give visible form to an idea, quality, or feeling. Epitomize. Symbolize. Express. Manifest. The brand's new campaign seeks to embody innovation and cutting-edge technology. The statue was designed to embody the courage and resilience of the nation's heroes. Her leadership style seemed to embody the values of fairness, integrity, and compassion. Outlaw. To make something illegal, to ban it. Prohibit. Banish. Exclude. Outcast. The law was passed to outlaw discrimination in workplaces and public institutions. In some countries, it's illegal to outlaw peaceful protests under democratic principles. The government decided to outlaw the use of plastic bags to protect the environment. Manifest. Clear or obvious to the eye or mind. Demonstrate. Delineate. Present. Indicate. Their vision for a better world would eventually manifest through collective effort. The artist's emotions manifest in her paintings, revealing the depth of her inner thoughts. Their mutual attraction started to manifest through subtle gestures and lingering glances. Laudatory. Expresses praise or admiration for someone. Admiring. Complimentary. Extolling. Admiring. The critics' review was filled with laudatory remarks about the artist's latest exhibition. The speech was filled with laudatory remarks about the retiring CEO's accomplishments. His laudatory speech praised the achievements of the company's hard-working employees. Malicious. Intending or intended to do harm. Pernicious. Spiteful. Resentful. Malevolent. The malicious rumors spread quickly, damaging her reputation despite their lack of truth. The malicious software corrupted the entire network, causing significant damage and data loss. The hacker's malicious intent was clear when he released personal information without consent. Fervent. Having or displaying a passionate intensity. Passionate. Vehement. Intense. Ardent. The crowd cheered with fervent enthusiasm as their team scored the winning goal. His fervent dedication to the cause inspired others to join the movement for change. She expressed her fervent belief in justice, never wavering despite the challenges she faced. Excruciating. Intensely painful or mentally heartbreaking. Agonizing. Tormenting. Dreadful. Extreme. The pain from his injury was so excruciating that he could barely move without wincing. His excruciating headache lasted for hours, making it impossible for him to concentrate. The process of healing after surgery was slow and excruciating, but he stayed determined. Destitute. Lacking the basic necessities of life, very poor. Deprived. Impoverished. Insolvent. Poverty-stricken. After losing his job, he found himself destitute, struggling to afford basic necessities. The city's destitute areas were in desperate need of development and government support. The destitute family relied on donations from the community to make it through the winter. Intrigued. Arousing one's curiosity or interest. Captivated. Absorbed. Inquisitive. Fascinated. The mysterious letter intrigued her, prompting her to investigate its origins further. The unusual patterns in the data intrigued the scientist, leading to a new hypothesis. Her curious questions intrigued the professor, sparking a long conversation about philosophy. Totalitarianism. A political system where the state has absolute control. Authoritarianism. Dictatorship. Oppression. Despotism. Totalitarianism suppresses individual freedoms, enforcing strict control over all aspects of life. Under totalitarianism, rebellious voices are silenced to maintain absolute authority and power. Citizens under totalitarianism live in constant fear of observation and penalty for disobedience. Implement. The act of putting a plan into action. Execute. Apply. Materialize. Carry out. To implement the project effectively, the team must adhere to the outlined guidelines. Schools are working to implement digital learning tools to enhance student engagement. The company plans to implement new security measures starting next week for all employees. Veteran. A person with long experience in a field. Skilled. Experienced. Master. Grandmaster. The veteran shared stories of his military service during the difficult times of the war. A war veteran, he now dedicates his life to supporting others facing post-traumatic stress. The veteran continued to serve his country by mentoring younger soldiers after retirement. Veto. The power to reject a proposed law or decision. Dismissal. Embargo. Objection. Prohibit. The President used his power to veto the proposed bill on environmental regulations. Congress must have a 2/3 majority to override the presidential veto and pass the law. Despite public support, the mayor decided to veto the policy changes concerning city funding. Prevalent. Common in a particular area or at a particular time. Common. Widespread. Prevailing. Frequent. Crime is prevalent in certain urban areas due to high poverty and unemployment rates. Misinformation is increasingly prevalent online, making it hard to distinguish truth from lies. Corruption was prevalent in the government, leading to widespread distrust among citizens. Junction. A place where things meet or cross, like roads. Join. Intersection. Link. Connection. At the busy junction, several roads intersect, causing heavy traffic during rush hours. The junction between work and personal life can be difficult to manage for many professionals. The train stopped at the junction, allowing passengers to switch lines for different destinations. Avarice. Excessive greed for wealth or material gain. frugality, greed, meanness, materialism. His avarice led him to exploit others for personal gain, ignoring their needs and rights. Avarice blinded him to the consequences of his actions, destroying relationships and trust. The downfall of the empire was partly due to the avarice of its rulers, who taxed excessively. Hoard. To accumulate a large amount of something secretly. Reserve, collection, accumulation, aggregation. His tendency to hoard unnecessary items filled the house with clutter over the years. She started to hoard money out of fear that future hardships might arise unexpectedly. During the crisis, many people began to hoard essential supplies, causing shortages for others. Thrive. To grow or develop successfully, to flourish. Proper. Blossom. Progress. Flourish. Plants thrive when provided with the right amount of sunlight, water, and nutrients. In a supportive work culture, employees are more likely to thrive and achieve their potential. Despite the harsh conditions, certain species can thrive in extreme environments like deserts. Inference. A conclusion based on evidence and reasoning. Deduction. Assumption. Supposition. Surmise. The inference from the survey results suggests that customer satisfaction is declining. The obvious inference was that he was having trouble adjusting to his new equipment. Without direct evidence, we can only rely on inference to determine what truly happened. Embellish. To make something more lovely by adding something. Decorate. Ornament. Beautify. Furnish. He tends to embellish his stories to make them more entertaining than they really are. The designer chose to embellish the gown with intricate beadwork and sparkling sequins. The author decided to embellish the narrative with imaginative details to enhance its appeal. Delegate. To assign tasks or authority to another person. Representative. Envoy. Agent. Commissioner. The manager must learn to delegate effectively if he wants his team to function smoothly. Good leaders know how to delegate responsibilities to ensure tasks are completed efficiently. He felt comfortable enough to delegate the decision-making process to his trusted colleagues. Suspect. To believe something or someone is guilty. offender, perpetrator, lawbreaker, criminal. Authorities suspect the fire was caused by arson, given the evidence found at the scene. The police suspect foul play in the sudden disappearance of the prominent businessman. Investigators suspect that multiple individuals were involved in the elaborate fraud scheme. Plaintiff. The person who brings a case against another in a court. Petitioner, appellant, prosecutor, accuser. The plaintiff accused the defendant of breaching the contract, demanding compensation. After months of litigation, the plaintiff finally received a favorable settlement in the case. In court, the plaintiff presented compelling evidence to support their claim of negligence. Detective. A person, mainly a police officer, who inspects crimes. Investigator, scrutinizer, police officer, reporter. The detective's investigation uncovered crucial evidence that led to the suspect's arrest. The detective interviewed multiple witnesses, piecing together the events of that fateful night. Despite the challenges, the detective remained committed to finding the truth behind the crime. Penalty. A punishment is imposed for breaking a law or rule. Punishment, correction, retribution, penance. If convicted, the defendant could face a severe penalty, including several years in prison. The penalty for late submission of tax documents can result in additional fines or penalties. The team suffered a penalty after breaking the league's rules during the championship match. Poaching. The catching and killing of animals without permission. Hunting. Killing illegally. Intruding. Looting. Poaching remains a major threat to endangered species, particularly elephants and rhinos. The park rangers arrested several individuals involved in the poaching of protected animals. Poaching for ivory and exotic animal parts has driven many species to the brink of extinction. Consumerism. The preoccupation with buying and owning goods. Materialism. Avarice. Capitalism. Industrialism. Modern consumerism encourages people to always buy new products, often leading to waste. The culture of consumerism drives industries to prioritize profits over environmental sustainability. The holiday season is a peak time for consumerism, with people shopping for gifts and decorations. Erosion. The gradual destruction and removal of rock or soil. Damage. Corrosion. Weathering. Depletion. The government implemented strict erosion control policies to preserve valuable farmland. Erosion control measures include planting trees and using barriers to protect against soil loss. Rising sea levels accelerate the erosion of beaches, affecting tourism and coastal infrastructure. Outsourcing. Contracting out business services to external suppliers. Subcontracting. Deploying. Delegating. Hiring out. The trend of outsourcing call center operations to foreign countries continues to grow. Outsourcing has led to job losses in some industries but increased competitiveness in others. Many companies are outsourcing IT services to reduce operational costs and increase efficiency. Laid off. Dismiss from work, usually for economic reasons. Redundant. Dismissed. Out of work. Sacked. She was laid off after 15 years of service when the company restructured its operations. Being laid off prompted him to start his own business and follow his entrepreneurial dreams. Employees were laid off without prior notice, causing widespread financial distress among families. Deforestation. The cutting down of trees in a large area. Logging. Uncovering. Desertification. Denuding. Communities near deforestation areas often face increased risks of soil erosion and flooding. The deforestation rate is accelerating due to rising demand for agricultural land and timber. Efforts to prevent deforestation include reforestation projects and stricter logging regulations. Recession. A period of temporary economic decline. Negative growth. Decline. Bust. Downturn. Governments introduced stimulus packages to mitigate the effects of the severe recession. During the recession, businesses struggled to stay afloat amid declining consumer spending. The recent recession led to widespread job losses and economic uncertainty for many families. Commodity. A substance or product that can be bought or sold. Goods. Products. Article of trade. Material. The price of essential commodities, like food and fuel, has risen dramatically in recent years. The price of oil, a crucial commodity, fluctuates based on global supply and demand factors. Farmers are concerned about the volatility in commodity prices affecting their crop revenues. Inhospitable. Unfriendly or harsh, not suitable for living. Adverse. Unfavorable. Miserable. Unwelcoming. Due to the inhospitable terrain, many explorers have failed to cross the harsh mountains. Polar regions are inhospitable to most forms of life due to extreme cold and lack of vegetation. The high altitudes and rugged landscape make this region inhospitable for permanent settlement. Trend. A tendency popular at a certain point in time. Prevailing. Fashionable. Well-liked. Style. The trend of minimalism is gaining popularity as people seek simpler, clutter-free lifestyles. Social media platforms influence the trend of fast fashion, encouraging quick, cheap purchases. The latest trend in technology focuses on artificial intelligence and machine learning applications. Plagiarism. Using someone else's work without attribution. Copying. Infringement. Piracy. Stealing. The journalist was fired after accusations of plagiarism surfaced in her published articles. Strict penalties for plagiarism have been enforced to maintain academic integrity in institutions. He was caught for plagiarism after copying sections from an online article without proper citation. Diffusion. The spreading of something more widely. Transmission. Penetration. Entrance. Dispersing. Gas diffusion in the atmosphere is a critical factor in weather patterns and climate change. Cultural diffusion occurs when different societies exchange ideas, languages, and traditions. The diffusion of innovation is essential for technological advancement and economic growth. Racism. Prejudice against someone based on their race. Prejudice. Intolerance. Bigotry. Bias. The campaign aims to raise awareness and combat racism in schools and workplaces. Racism continues to affect minority communities, causing social inequality and tension. Laws were enacted to fight systemic racism and promote equal opportunities for all citizens. Demography. The statistical study of human populations. Statistics. Population size. Population tally. Demography plays a key role in planning public services, such as healthcare and education. Changing demography has led to the rise of multicultural societies in many parts of the world. The demography of the country is shifting due to increased immigration and declining birth rates. Sovereignty. Supreme power, especially over a body politic. Supremacy. Domination. Control. Hegemony. The country fought fiercely to protect its sovereignty from foreign invaders during the war. National sovereignty is a core principle of international law, ensuring each state governs itself. Economic agreements sometimes challenge a nation's sovereignty in global trade negotiations. Constitution. A set of fundamental principles of a state. Body of law. Regulations. Ordinance. Bill of Rights. Constitutional law serves as the framework for governing the nation and upholding justice. The Constitution guarantees fundamental rights to all citizens, regardless of race or gender. Amendments to the Constitution require approval from both legislative bodies and the public. Bipartisan. Supported by two political parties. Bilateral. Cross-party. Dual-party. Two-party. Bipartisan support helped advance the bill through both chambers of the legislature. A bipartisan committee was formed to address urgent national security issues with fairness. The new bill gained bipartisan support, bridging differences between opposing political parties. Demagogue. A person, especially an orator or political leader. Agitator. Instigator. Manipulator. Troublemaker. History is filled with examples of demagogues who rise to power during times of crisis. Demagogues often target vulnerable groups to rally support from their base of followers. Critics accused a candidate of being a demagogue, exploiting people's fears for electoral gain. Lobbying. Seeking to influence a public official on an issue. Influencing. Persuading. Soliciting. Pressuring. Lobbying efforts by environmental groups helped pass stricter laws on industrial pollution. The company invested millions in lobbying to influence healthcare legislation in their favor. Public interest groups are lobbying for changes in education policy to improve public schools. Think tank. A group or organization dedicated to problem solving. Specialists. Advisory board. Panel. Board of experts. The think tank convened experts from various fields to discuss solutions to the housing crisis. Their think tank is known for producing innovative ideas that shape national and global policies. The research conducted by the think tank highlighted the need for investment in renewable energy. Boycott. Refusing to buy, use, or participate as a form of protest. Embargo. Prohibition. Rejection. Shunning. Activists urged the public to boycott products made by companies that exploit child labor. The boycott aimed to raise awareness of the human rights abuses occurring in the conflict zone. The boycott movement gained traction, pressuring the government to reform unfair trade policies. Impunity. Freedom from punishment or harm. Exemption. Exoneration. Pardon. Freedom. Activists demand an end to impunity for those responsible for environmental destruction. Impunity for war crimes remains a significant barrier to achieving justice and reconciliation. Impunity emboldens criminals, knowing they are unlikely to face consequences for their actions. Encryption. The process of converting data into code. Coding. Secret writing. Programming. Encryption methods continue to evolve to combat increasingly sophisticated cyber threats. Strong encryption is essential to protect data from hackers and cybercriminals in the digital age. Encryption technology ensures that sensitive information remains secure during online transactions. Robotics. The branch of technology deals with operation of robots. Artificial intelligence. Simulation. Cybernetics. The field of robotics is rapidly expanding, creating new job opportunities and challenges. With robotics, precision and efficiency in production processes have significantly improved. Robotics has become a key tool in disaster response, helping to navigate hazardous locations. Integration. The process of coordinating separate elements. Incorporation. Unification. Combination. Integration of diverse cultures can enhance social cohesion and foster mutual understanding. Integration of new software systems requires careful planning to avoid disruptions in operations. The integration of renewable energy sources into the grid is crucial for reducing carbon emissions. Patent. An exclusive right granted for an invention. Licensed. Proprietary. Trademarked. His patent application was approved, allowing him to commercialize the invention worldwide. The company filed a patent for its groundbreaking new technology in renewable energy storage. She secured a patent for her innovative design, protecting it from unauthorized use by competitors. Mechanism. A system of parts working together in a machine. Equation. Formulation. Methodology. A feedback mechanism was put in place to improve customer satisfaction and service quality. The mechanism controlling the machine's movements is highly precise and efficient in operation. Scientists are studying the mechanism behind gene expression to develop new medical treatments. Cutting edge. Very modern and with all the newest developments. Sophisticated. Painstaking. High-tech. Radical. Cutting-edge research in robotics is opening new doors for automation in various sectors. Their cutting-edge approach to renewable energy has garnered significant attention worldwide. The museum showcased cutting-edge artwork that challenged traditional concepts of creativity. Cybersecurity. The protection of computer systems and networks. Computer security. Network security. With the rise of cybercrime, cybersecurity has become a top priority for many corporations. The cybersecurity team worked overnight to counter the recent hacking attempt on their servers. In today's digital world, strong cybersecurity measures are essential to protect sensitive information. Observatory. A building equipped for observing astronomical events. Watchtower. Beacon. Lookout. A tour of the observatory offered a glimpse into the fascinating world of space exploration. The observatory is equipped with a powerful telescope for studying distant galaxies and stars. The city's observatory hosted a public event to view the lunar eclipse through high-tech equipment. Constellation. A group of stars forming a recognizable pattern. Stars. Cluster. Stellar system. Ancient cultures often assigned myths and legends to each constellation they observed. The constellation Orion is one of the most easily recognizable formations in the night sky. The new planet was discovered near the edge of a distant constellation, surprising astronomers. Horizon. The line at the farthest place that you can see. Skyline. Background. Boundary. Vista. The city skyline was silhouetted against the horizon, creating a dramatic and striking contrast. With each step closer, the horizon seemed to shift, revealing new landscapes and possibilities. The ship's captain eagerly watched the horizon, hoping to spot the approaching landmass soon. Gravity. The force that attracts objects towards one another. Attraction. Potency. Intensity. Gravity keeps the planets in orbit around the Sun, maintaining the solar system's stability. The discovery of gravitational waves further confirmed Einstein's theory of general relativity. Gravity pulls everything toward the Earth's center, which is why we stay grounded on the surface. Rotation. The action of rotating around an axis or center. Revolution. Spinning. Revolving. Cycle. The scientist observed the slow rotation of the planet through the powerful telescope. The Earth's rotation on its axis creates day and night, influencing our daily cycles and routines. The smooth rotation of the gears ensured the machine operated efficiently without interruptions. Epoch. A significant period in history or a person's life. Point of history. Millennium. Generation. The discovery of fossils helped determine the specific epoch in which these species existed. The Ice Age was a defining epoch in Earth's geological history, shaping its current landscapes. Scientists believe we are entering a new epoch defined by human impact on the environment. Astronomer. A scientist who studies celestial bodies. Astrophysicist. Astrologist. Cosmologist. Amateur astronomers often gather to observe celestial events and share their discoveries. The astronomer calculated the star's distance using its luminosity and observed shifts in light. The astronomer spent decades studying distant stars to uncover the mysteries of the universe. Hypothesis. An assumption that is made based on some evidence. Premise. Supposition. Assumption. The scientist proposed a hypothesis to explain the unusual behavior of the new material. A hypothesis is an essential step in the scientific method, guiding the direction of research. Before conducting experiments, they formulated a hypothesis about the chemical reaction. Experiment. A scientific procedure to test an assumption. Analysis. Investigation. Assessment. The team designed a controlled experiment to test the effectiveness of the new drug. The results of the experiment were published in a prestigious scientific journal for peer review. His experiment provided valuable data, challenging previous assumptions in the field of biology. Heredity. The passing on of traits from parents to their offspring. Genetics. Ancestry. Inheritance. The study of heredity helps scientists unlock the mysteries of genetic inheritance. Mendel's experiments with pea plants laid the foundation for our understanding of heredity. Genetic mutations can sometimes disrupt normal heredity, leading to unique variations in species. Procedure. An established or official way of doing something. Methodology. Formula. Approach. System. Each step in the experiment's procedure was carefully documented to maintain accuracy. The procedure for collecting data must be adhered to in order to achieve reliable results. Deviating from the established procedure can compromise the integrity of the entire study. Evaporation. The process of turning from liquid into vapor. Dissipation. Fading. Vanishing. Loss. Evaporation is a key process in the water cycle, transforming liquid water into vapor. Water evaporation from the oceans plays a crucial role in regulating the Earth's climate. The experiment demonstrated how increased heat accelerates the evaporation of liquids. Pseudoscience. The beliefs mistakenly regarded as scientific methods. Wizardry. Black magic. Witchcraft. Many claims in the documentary were based on pseudoscience rather than solid evidence. The theory was dismissed by the scientific community as nothing more than pseudoscience. The speaker was criticized for promoting pseudoscience instead of facts backed by research. Depletion. Reduction in the number or quantity of something. Reduction. Lessening. Exhaustion. Weakening. The depletion of the ozone layer has raised alarm among climate scientists worldwide. Soil depletion from intensive farming practices threatens global agricultural productivity. Continued deforestation contributes to the depletion of biodiversity in many ecosystems. Meteorology. The study of weather and atmospheric conditions. Climatology. Weather science. Aerology. She pursued a career in meteorology after developing a deep interest in climate science. Advances in meteorology have greatly improved the accuracy of storm and weather forecasts. The weather station collects data that contributes to ongoing research in the field of meteorology. Chain reaction. A series of events, each causing the next. Domino effect. Repercussion. Aftermath. The chain reaction of falling dominoes perfectly illustrated the concept of cause and effect. In nuclear physics, a chain reaction can result in massive energy release, as seen in reactors. The chemical reaction set off a chain reaction, rapidly spreading through the entire solution. Germination. The process by which a plant grows from a seed. Sprouting. Maturation. Flourishing. The rate of germination can vary depending on the species and environmental factors. Proper moisture and sunlight are essential for the germination of seeds in a healthy garden. The farmer monitored the soil temperature to ensure optimal conditions for seed germination. Observation. The action of closely monitoring something. Inspection. Examination. Study. The scientist's careful observation of the data led to a breakthrough in her research. Through observation, the teacher noticed the subtle changes in her students' behavior. The detective's keen observation skills helped him find the hidden clue at the crime scene. Perennial. Lasting for a long time, enduring or recurring. Enduring. Year by year. Continuing. His perennial optimism made him resilient, even in the face of difficult circumstances. The perennial debate over climate change policy shows no sign of being resolved soon. The perennial plants in the garden bloom every spring, requiring minimal care year-round. Metabolism. Chemical processes in living organisms to maintain life. Digestion. Absorption. Consumption. As people age, their metabolism slows, making it harder to burn calories efficiently. Drinking water is essential for maintaining a healthy metabolism and staying energized. Regular exercise can help boost your metabolism, aiding in weight loss and overall health. Reproduction. The sexual activities of producing offspring. Breeding. Conception. Procreation. Reproduction rates in endangered species are often too low to prevent extinction. Reproduction is essential for the survival of species, ensuring the continuation of life. Sexual reproduction in plants involves the transfer of pollen from one flower to another. Inference. A conclusion reached on the basis of reasoning. Conclusion. Deduction. Judgment. Her inference about the mystery's outcome was based on careful analysis of the clues. Inference skills are essential when interpreting complex literary texts or scientific research. The scientist's inference was supported by several experiments and rigorous data collection. Harness. Control something, especially to produce energy. Utilize. Make use of. Leverage. Hydroelectric power plants harness the energy of moving water to generate electricity. Farmers harness the strength of horses to plow fields in some traditional communities. Engineers are developing new ways to harness solar energy for use in homes and businesses. Fossil fuels. Fuels made from decomposing plants and animals. Gasoline. Kerosene. Petrol. Burning fossil fuels for energy releases harmful greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Fossil fuels, such as coal and oil, are non-renewable resources that will eventually be depleted. Transitioning from fossil fuels to renewable energy is a key goal in combating climate change. Sustainable. Able to be maintained over the long term. Viable. Maintainable. Reliable. Workable. Developing sustainable energy sources is crucial for reducing our environmental impact. Investing in sustainable infrastructure is essential for building resilient, eco-friendly cities. Using sustainable materials in construction can reduce waste and improve energy efficiency. Green energy. Energy that comes from renewable sources. Raw energy. Fresh energy. Clean energy. The government is offering incentives to companies that adopt green energy solutions. Many countries are increasing their investment in green energy to reduce carbon footprints. Transitioning to green energy can help reduce dependence on fossil fuels and lower pollution. Husbandry. The care and cultivation of crops and animals. Farming. Agronomy. Agriculture. Advances in animal husbandry have improved the quality of meat and dairy products. Animal husbandry is a vital industry in rural communities, providing food and resources. The farmer practices sustainable husbandry, ensuring the health and welfare of his livestock. Recycling. Process of converting waste into reusable material. Reutilizing. Reprocessing. Regenerating. Recycling plastic and paper helps reduce waste and conserve valuable natural resources. Proper recycling of electronics can prevent harmful chemicals from entering the environment. Educating children about the importance of recycling is crucial for future sustainability efforts. Logging. The cutting down of trees for commercial purposes. Deforestation. Chopping. Cutting down trees. Unregulated logging in rainforests is contributing to the loss of biodiversity and habitats. Illegal logging continues to devastate large areas of forest in many developing countries. The community relies on logging for jobs, but they also promote forest conservation efforts. Eco-friendly. Not harmful to the environment. Environment-friendly. Feasible. Recyclable. The company's new packaging is made from eco-friendly materials, reducing plastic waste. More consumers are choosing eco-friendly products to lessen their environmental impact. Building eco-friendly homes can significantly lower energy consumption and carbon emissions. Fauna. The animals of a particular region or period. Animals. Creatures. Wild animals. The national park is home to a diverse range of fauna, including deer, bears, and birds. Protecting the fauna of the rainforest is critical for maintaining the ecosystem's balance. The fauna of the island evolved in isolation, resulting in unique species not found elsewhere. Rarely. Not often, or on very few occasions. Unusually. Seldom. Not often. Infrequently. She rarely goes out during the week, preferring to stay home and relax after work. The event was rarely talked about, even though it had a significant impact on the community. She rarely attends social gatherings, preferring solitude and quiet evenings spent reading books. Delinquency. Minor crimes, especially committed by young people. Misbehavior. Wrongdoing. Misdeeds. Misconduct. Delinquency among teenagers often leads to more severe criminal activities later in life. Juvenile delinquency is often a result of inadequate parental guidance and social support. The neighborhood has been struggling with delinquency issues among teens and young adults. Rehabilitation. The process of restoring someone to normal life. Improvement. Correction. Betterment. Reformation. The Rehabilitation Center offered various therapies to aid recovery after severe injuries. After completing the rehabilitation program, she felt ready to return to her daily activities. Rehabilitation programs aim to help former inmates reintegrate into society and avoid crime. Poaching. The catching and killing of animals without permission. Hunting. Killing illegally. Intruding. Pilfering. The illegal poaching of elephants for their ivory threatens the species' survival in the wild. Poaching activities in protected areas have increased, putting many endangered species at risk. Government efforts to combat poaching include stricter laws and better enforcement measures. Automation. The use of machines or technology to perform tasks. Modernization. Mechanization. Electronics. Automation in factories has increased productivity while reducing the need for human labor. Automation technologies are rapidly evolving, offering new possibilities for various industries. Automation in manufacturing has increased efficiency but also led to job losses in some sectors. Navigation. The process of planning and directing a route. Maneuvering. Piloting. Gliding. The pilot adjusted the aircraft's navigation to avoid a large storm approaching the coast. Satellite navigation helps drivers avoid traffic and reach their destinations more efficiently. Automation in factories has increased productivity while reducing the need for human labor. Celestial. Relating to the sky or outer space. Heavenly. Extraterrestrial. Planetary. The northern lights are a celestial display that captivates viewers with their vibrant colors. Celestial navigation was crucial for ancient mariners to travel long distances across open seas. Celestial objects, such as stars and planets, have always been a source of wonder and mystery. Wavelength. The distance between successive crests of a wave. Visible light. Frequency. Amplitude. Changes in wavelength can affect how we perceive sound and light in our environment. The wavelength of ultraviolet light is shorter than that of visible light, making it more energetic. Different colors of light are produced by variations in wavelength, creating the visible spectrum. Luminosity. The brightness of an object, especially a star. Brightness. Splendor. Fluorescence. Luminosity plays a crucial role in understanding the life cycle of different types of stars. The artist was fascinated by the luminosity of the sunset and tried to capture it in paint. Changes in a star's luminosity can indicate various stages of its life cycle and development. Universe. All existing matter and space considered as a whole. Whole world. Outer space. Infinity. Scientists are still searching for answers to some of the greatest mysteries in the universe. The universe is constantly expanding, with galaxies moving away from each other over time. The vastness of the universe contains countless galaxies and potential planets for exploration. Momentum. The quantity of motion of a moving body. Impetus. Propulsion. Driving force. He felt the momentum shifting in his favor as he presented his argument to the audience. Momentum plays a crucial role in understanding how objects move and interact in physics. The protest movement gained momentum as more people began to join and show their support. Conservation. The defense and preservation of natural resources. Preservation. Saving. Safeguarding. The conservation of water is vital, especially in regions prone to severe droughts and shortages. Conservation organizations work tirelessly to protect the planet's fragile ecosystems from harm. Energy conservation is crucial for reducing our carbon footprint and combating climate change. Reservoir. A large natural or artificial lake for storing water. Reserve. Accumulation. Storage. The town relies on the nearby reservoir for its drinking water and agricultural irrigation needs. The large reservoir also serves as a popular recreation area for fishing and boating enthusiasts. The drought significantly lowered the reservoir's water levels, threatening the local water supply. Blackout. A temporary loss of electrical power. Disruption. Electric failure. Outrage. They lit candles and played games to pass the time during the prolonged blackout last night. The city prepared for a possible blackout during the heatwave to prevent overloading the grid. A nationwide blackout could have serious consequences for essential services and infrastructure. Contamination. The presence of harmful elements in the environment. Infection. Degradation. Pollution. Contamination of the river has posed serious health risks to the local community and wildlife. The contamination of food supplies by harmful bacteria can lead to severe illnesses and outbreaks. Strict guidelines are in place to prevent contamination in laboratories and cleanroom environments. Aquifer. An underground layer of water-bearing rock. Groundwater. Reservoir. Fountain. The aquifer beneath the desert provides vital water for nearby towns and agricultural fields. The new study focuses on the aquifer's recharge rate and its ability to sustain local agriculture. The aquifer was discovered to be contaminated, leading to a ban on water extraction in the area. Flora. The plants of a particular region or period. Vegetation. Foliage. Plant life. The park is home to diverse flora, including towering trees, flowering plants, and shrubs. Flora and fauna coexist in a delicate balance, each playing a crucial role in their ecosystem. The garden is renowned for its diverse flora, attracting botanists and nature enthusiasts alike. Poaching. Illegal hunting or capturing of wild animals. Killing illegally. Hunting. Intruding. Strict laws have been enacted to prevent poaching in national parks and wildlife reserves. Flora and fauna coexist in a delicate balance, each playing a crucial role in their ecosystem. The garden is renowned for its diverse flora, attracting botanists and nature enthusiasts alike. Erosion. The gradual destruction and removal of rock or soil. Corrosion. Weathering. Decomposition. Erosion of the riverbank has become a major concern for the residents living nearby. Planting vegetation is an effective method to prevent soil erosion on hillsides and slopes. The government launched a project to combat soil erosion in the most affected rural regions. Carcinogen. A substance capable of causing cancer. Deadly chemical. Health hazard. Poison. The company was fined for improper disposal of waste containing a hazardous carcinogen. Asbestos is a known carcinogen and was banned from construction materials in many countries. Prolonged exposure to any carcinogen can increase the risk of developing certain types of cancer.